2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go.
One by one, you always come back like a curse. Looking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the anticipates of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La di da di da da Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand out from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win.
The road to the Esports World Cup for Warzone continues as teams battle it out in an online qualifier format. With $1 million on the line, there's only 21 teams that can make it through and a limited number of spots in each region. My name is Ellen Elizabeth Jean, and of course today here in the MENA region, we'll be walking you through all the action, but I can't do it all alone. Spaceman, Sean, it's been a while. Talk to me. How you feeling today about this lineup?
Ellen, don't undersell yourself. You carried me for many years. You could absolutely do it. But I'm feeling great, Ellen. I mean, it's been a long couple of weeks of action. We had a lot of high octane, no pun intended, moments yesterday. And for the last couple of qualifier days, it's been teams jockeying and vying for a position within that top 12. And we only get to send 2 teams forward. So this is a moment for MENA to not only show what they have against the rest of the world, but to show in the region how have they grown over the last year. And that's going to be the big talking point for me today and takeaway as we watch some of this action unfold.
Oh, of course, because we do have a couple of teams from the MENA region that are here today. Of course, broken up on different teams. We'll get into that later, but these players here today have gone through a grueler of online qualifiers. For 2 days, they have played in an open qualifier. And then, of course, the top 28 teams from that open qualifier made it to a closed qualifier. They played for another 2 days. And then the top 14 teams, which are here today, as Spaceman said, only 2 will qualify for that ultimate final in Riyadh for the Esports World Cup. But as we take a look at the attending teams here today, everybody, oh my goodness, we're already seeing some returns. Hamoud is returning. That was one of the squads that, of course, last year, Hamoud playing with Crims and Zizix, who are also on different teams. Spaceman, Crims, right? Kruger, Jukies, we were talking about that squad.
We were, and one of the things that we had discussed both yesterday when we were hanging out watching games and also just having a general discussion about MENA, specifically the region, is that you don't often get top teams in a region like MENA or any region that has a top-heavy squad splitting up and going separate ways unless there's a drastic change in power hierarchy, which is an interesting conversation in its own right. But the fact that we have one of the top teams in MENA that has decided to splinter and all three players going different directions, going to different teams, means that not only is there more up for grabs within the top four conversation, but we can start having discussions about who's excelling at the roster change, who is benefiting from a new team, a new dynamic, or were there cracks in the armor that we just didn't see before? Is there just going to be more windows of opportunity for those who have slipped through and been able to find a squad that can maybe rally them into a scrappy top two finish? Like, there is not usually a moment where a top team will willingly relinquish their hold on the region. So I'm very excited to see what we get out of Hamoud and company. But again, the biggest name I think on your screen is Juki's, Kruger, and Creams, which is not the official team name, but it is the name they're rocking with. So, you know,
there's so many teams going through that list. I'm just looking at, because of course we had Hamoud, Crims, and Zizix who teamed last year, and then also Onyx Ravens who return with a whole entire new squad. Onyx Ravens last year was Mojo, Ninus, and Alex, but Alex he has a different squad, and Mojo's in this tournament here today with his friends. It's going to be interesting to see, as you'd mentioned, how these teams will, move forward. But one thing that we do know about that Juki squads, and also Robstar, I believe, too. Yeah. There were players from the UK that relocated over to Saudi Arabia, I believe to Qatar. I mean, Juki looks like he's playing in a 1960s hotel, but he is slaying, and rightfully so. His squad right now, I believe, in the standings from the qualifiers, had the most amount of points coming out of that D group. 346 points. Doesn't look like he's slowing down. Obviously, you all know Juki's. That was the World Series of Warzone 2021 champ with FIFA Kills and Wars. And I mean, him being surrounded by like these, I guess you would say still veteran players, but like newer players, as Juki's is, long been, been a veteran for a while. It's just a very interesting dynamic just to see such a reputable player from a whole different region move over, something we've seen in the past.
Yeah, it does fit back into the mold of you have kind of a veteran experience coming in to pick up two young guns or round out a roster that's looking for that IGL, or specifically looking for someone to fill the role of an old head. I'm not calling Juki's old, but he's older than most, as we all are. But specifically, look, I mean, the fact that we have different players from different regions who have decided to make the move to commit to the final opportunity of competing in EWC and to push for that spot in the championship in August, like that takes a lot of commitment from Juki's that I don't think should be understated or overlooked. And I think it's a good opportunity for Kruger and Krems to really show, one, what they got, two, to continue the conversation of Krems, like how does he look outside of the roster from last year? How does he look on a new team around a veteran experienced talent like Juki's? And three, like, this is a squad that outside of the points, they have had moments in comms where they have been, not bickering, that's a bit of a harsh word, but they have been very loudly communicating with each other about what's working and what's not working. And so clearly they're still figuring things out as they go along. So there's a lot of room here, a lot of margin for error for a lot of teams this weekend, but it's going to come down to individual skill. And that's where having a player like Juki's really does help, specifically point and context. When we look at game one of their group C and D, 141.2 points in total for that match. Like, that is a hot start that you want for a marathon tournament, and that's why Juki's is a positive. So this is going to be a long investment that'll usually pay off for this team later as the tournament goes on. So I'm excited to see how they look down the stretch. But yeah, if I'm Kruger and Krems, I'm feeling very confident today, knowing that I have Juki's in the back pocket.
Yeah, I love that. That's such a good shout. And I mean, on the other side of that, like looking at Jawad or Zizix, who used to play with Crims, of course, as we mentioned, on that old Falcons MENA squad last year. We have Zizix now that's teaming with Robstar, another UK player that, again, has moved over and adjusted to obviously playing in the Saudi region. And then we have a Showstopper who's from Lebanon. You've all seen Showstopper in the past, who has, I believe, got 5th in World Series of Warzone back in Caldera in 2022 with Sueds and King AJ, I believe. So, he's also played with Enkyo. He's played with Visions. Like, Showstopper is a very reputable player, about $23,000 earned. He's a great player, and I'm really excited to see him play with Jawad because, I mean, for Zizix, coming from, like, the history background of not really having a lot of practice, making it to global finals, I believe it was, like, one of our first MENA teams to make it. Didn't play the best, but you make it here now with, better players, just keep growing, keep getting that practice. And, well, for Jawad, I'm really excited to see how they do. Of course, Hamoud and Crim's old teammate. He was the IGL, okay? So Hamoud and Crims would always look at Jawad like, this is the guy that knows what's going on in game. He's very confident and says, like, put me on a good ping, we'll do well. And I don't know, just gotta love to see the competition just continuing to heat up with these players. But for Jawad, you just gotta love to see the growth too.
Qualification to LAN still matters. I know we live in a day and age where there's a lot of different events, there's a lot of tournaments, the access to esports, the access to LAN environment is greater than it's ever been, but making LAN is still a pretty massive accomplishment for players. And it's not only proof of concept, but it's proof that the talent, the mechanics, the practice, all that went into it works and can translate to a live environment. And that is a big step up. So for Jawad going into today, yes, it's about, can you continue to build the overarching conversation of how does the trio that used to kind of run MENA look in different squads, but it is also, this is a player that has had experience making it to the big stage. This is a player that has been through the grinder before. And now you're surrounding yourself with two players that, like, one, they're going to be looking to you as the IGL. They're going to be looking to you to make a lot of those calls. And two, just off of pure VOD alone, when we were watching this team, there were times where they were falling behind in early game, and we could hear the comms. We could hear them talking about how they would call a strat off the rip. It wouldn't work, or they would say, hey, we want to prioritize this. If this is how it works, then the rest of our game plan opens up. And then there was minutia and details in between that they would start to figure out as they go. But there are moments where teams start to break down. And when that happens, what does your IGL do? What did Jawad do today when things don't go right? Because in Resurgence, we know it's going to be chaotic. So this is going to be a big test, not just for the skill of the players, but how has he grown as a leader, as an IGL? And how is he able to lift up this squad and get them in position to compete for top 2?
Yeah, that's a great point. But hey, we have a lot of Warzone action, chat, coming up, of course, throughout the weekend. As we take a look, of course, at the schedule, this is just the beginning for the road of EWC. But here today, the match schedule of Rebirth Island. Of course, we have 8 matches now. Originally, we did have 6, but we heard the community. Lo and behold, we have 8. An extra opportunity for some of these teams to adjust. But going through it, this is going to be a grueler, Spaceman. As Rebirth Island, you mentioned, it's fast-paced, high-intensity action. And, well, that respawn timer is going to make a big difference. But fighting and trying to get some of these adjustments early game, we've seen kind of some of these teams just play it slow, maybe the first couple of drops, just kind of get some information, maybe feel out. But then you have some teams that just might come out the gates swinging. So as you'd mentioned, just seeing some of those dualities, seeing some of, like Zizix IGLing, maybe another team, again, Raven Esports, Coonblood has been destroying people. So would love to see a all full Saudi team make it through possibly as well. But hey, Robstar might not make it, Juki's might make it. For these teams, there's only 2 spots for the MENA region, again, that they can qualify today. Yeah,
there are moments in tournaments where you look at like a top team and you say, it's a bit cliche at this point, but like you say, oh, the best time to get them is on Friday earlier. The best time to get them is an open bracket when you have a chance, when they're kind of off guard. Today, the best time to get Juki's and company is probably in the first couple of games, because one, when they get going, they're going to start to figure out their rhythm, and then we know how dominant Juki's can be in general, and we expect that team to be finishing within like top 6 every single time. But 2, Juki's is a squad that notoriously will wipe players off the board quickly in rounds 1, 2, and 3 in the early matches, and they will put up hundreds of points. So like they usually get out to a hot start and then they kind of keep going and they just set that ratio so the marathon eventually withers itself out. This is a team that you need to get a jump on early if you want to keep them at bay. You want them feeling like they have pressure, they have to fight off the back foot to get in uncomfortable situations. So today there are times where we're going to say slow it down, it's a marathon, it's you don't have to sprint all the way. But I think if you're a team coming in, you're hungry and you want to prove something, these opening 3-4 matches, this is where you prove it. This is where you show us, okay, what do you have when there's nothing right now on the line outside of just placement, and how ahead of the competition do you get? And I expect to see a lot of, even if it's hot drops or contests, I expect to see a lot of team fights that maybe wouldn't have orchestrated in any other situation that are going to be contested and taken with aggression today, because they understand we got 8 matches, we got $1 million on the line, we got to land in August. It's time to put pedal to the metal and actually figure out what we're doing here. So I'm very excited. I'm also excited to watch, of course, Team Evos, who just kind of joined in and was able to round out a roster that got brought in for the EWC Foundation Club in March. They picked up a squad. So like we have not only orgs that are being brought in to help facilitate, round out the scene, but we have players who have a lot to prove and some pros who need to prove that they're still on top. So this is a day of egos, Ellen. This is a big day of egos. I'm excited.
Oh, yeah, that's absolutely huge. And that's a good shout. I forgot to mention the club championship titles, right? We have Robstar's squad, Jawad and Showstopper got picked up by Evos Esports yesterday. And they joined, of course, Evos Esports joined the EWC Club Foundation program back in March 17th. So an opportunity, of course, to get that key, as we saw the Falcons crush it last year. It's pretty cool to see more of these bigger orgs get involved. Of course, we have 100 Thieves involved this year. Now, last year, there's some questions about some of these COD organizations not being involved, but at least for some of the bigger, PC orgs, like we saw Fnatic, we got Navi. It's just amazing to see some of these bigger orgs pick up these teams and obviously make some noise.
I like when teams just jump in and start playing esports. I mean, it's fun. I mean, look, this Warzone has continued to grow exponentially in the last. How long has it been out since COVID? Like 10,000 years, but it's been like 4 years, right? Like it's just, Warzone has continued to grow and grow. So seeing organizations like Fnatic, seeing organizations like 100 Thieves, seeing organizations homegrown like Falcons who have picked up different rosters and now having homegrown talent in MENA be represented in EPSO and Queen Blood. Like these are the kinds of storylines that build a region from a minor region to a competitive region to a major region. So that's why these kinds of events matter, and that's why this tournament today specifically for MENA matters, because yes, the egos of the players fighting against each other, sure, but an entire region is proving that when it comes to the competitive stage, when it comes to the world stage, they need to prove that it's not just a 2-horse race. It's not just 2 teams that then splinter off to each individual player finding their own roster. It is a competitive, viable market, and we know it to be the case. So I'm very excited to see what MENA brings to the table today. And these players have a lot on the line to prove and to play for, so it's going to be chaotic and fun.
Yeah, and chaotic and fun, of course, chat. Bear with us. The teams are getting ready and getting into these lobbies. I was like, if we aren't ready, maybe we can look at the list of teams yet again here today as we kind of walk through. Maybe production can pull up the list because we do have one team, I believe Team Nixa, which is the 8th seed. This is our only full South African team, and they were in Group A, hit about 186.8 points. But this is a team that was landing control, boat, tower. They were kind of switching POIs and can be unpredictable, but that's pretty exciting to see in a full South African team. And on the flip side of that too, I believe, and if this was adjusted, it was Team Zodzex, I believe, if we see in here today, that was, I think it's SFS. They were a full team from Israel.
We have a lot of representation.
A lot of representation. For all of these players.
We got some from the UK. We got Palestine. We got Pakistan, Qatar, Jordan, Lebanon, United Arab Emirates, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, South Africa, Bahrain as well. I do want to talk specifically, very briefly, about Zesty's, which I think is my favorite quote from a player so far, which was, "My teammates are the best, and we're coming for those land spots." And you know what? I like a guy who just straight to the point. My teammates are great, and we're going to go for the land spot. That's the kind of energy you need, man. Like, we're going against some of the best in the region. You're competing for a very coveted top 2 placement to get to one of the biggest tournaments in the world and maybe esports history. So it's going to take that kind of confidence, that bullish aggression, to be going against the likes of Juki's Kruger Krems, which is still one of the best names. It's just, these are the kinds of things you're going to have to bring to the table.
Absolutely. I mean, you're just thinking about the cutoff from these teams, right? We mentioned, obviously, Juki, Kruger, Krims. They've been in first throughout the stages of in-game qualifiers and close qualifiers. 346 points. but the difference from 1st to 14th, I believe, was 206.2. So if you are those teams that are probably like 10th through 14th on the seeding, I'm looking at Team Naven, 3 Friends, which has Mojo on it. Again, Mojo is from Palestine. It's that 3WWWW. He's from Palestine, but again, competed last year under the Onyx Ravens squad with Alex and Ninus. So one of 2 MENA teams that did not qualify for the day 4. Remember, you had to make it to top 14 to even make it to day 4. But Mojo, of course, looking to qualify yet again, only having 170 points. And again, you look at that 346.2 from Jukies and Co. It's just insane, the drop off. So
yeah.
Seemed like that D group, Spaceman in quals, the D group, a lot of these teams, I feel like, farmed in that lobby because most of these teams from that D group did not make it.
Yeah.
And I hate to say that, I'm sorry.
I mean,
but
are they just the victims of the math? Sometimes, sure, that's the case. But these kinds of variances exist in a region that's still growing. Like, it's very different if we're looking at a region like North America, we're looking at Europe, like the top heaviness, not to kind of beat the horse here, but the top heaviness of MENA that had existed is slowly going away because obviously there's more talent, more encouragement of the ecosystem, which means that more talent will pop up naturally, and there's been more opportunities for sure. But because we're seeing more pro teams splinter, we're seeing more individuals go to different organizations and build out their own identity of their own roster, and we're seeing players like Jukies come in to find a team, we are seeing the competition start to meet the ceiling. Really great retweet from Big Timer the other day on the timeline when people were discussing about who's the GOAT in Call of Duty and stuff like that. And he was talking about ceilings. And he was saying look, there is as long as you're hitting the ceiling in competitive, you're always pushing the table forward. And that's the thing. It's like whether a region's growing or established, if you're pushing the ceiling, you're pushing the competition, you're pushing everything forward. So it's good to see that no matter what, whether it's top 2 teams or we have a top 6 that's going to be very exciting today, which we do. You never know what you're going to get, and this is what these kind of events bring out of people. So yeah, we're pushing the ceiling here for MENA, and it's a great time to be a fan of MENA.
I love that you mentioned the Big Timer tweet because it's true. Sometimes even I myself am like, oh, gosh, I'm not the best anymore. No, it just depends again on, of course, your era that you grew up in. Because, I mean, if we're looking at the North American region, you have 2 mouse and keyboard players in Call of Duty, Huskers, Breadman, and then picking up Ant, who just, again, kind of has been competing the last year.
Yeah.
Keyboard and mouse players qualifying in a tournament such as this, that is unheard of when it comes to Call of Duty because some of you KBM players have switched to controller. But really, it just... And Huskers, okay, right, people are saying, oh, he's an old man. No. If you still have the passion, you can do anything. Right. And well, these players, we know we have a lot of passion on the line here today. Of course, chat, bear with us. You know, these things happen, delays some happen, but we are just going to banter and hang out with you all. Maybe hang out and chat as the lobby gets going. But for these players, it doesn't matter what era if they just want to make it to that LAN final, Spaceman.
Yeah, top 2. Oh god, yeah, top 2 is scary. Like if you're competing in this, it's a bit nerve-wracking for sure. You only got 2 spots out of 14. Remember, we whittled this down from an open qualifier to a closed to 2 days of action, down to 14 teams, and only 2 get to advance. So we went from open to 28, from 28 to 14, from 14 to 2. We got 6 matches, 8 matches today, which means they're all 8 best of 1. So if you have a bad drop, that's okay. It's Resurgence, you can get another drop, that's how it works. But if you have a bad game, you wipe it off, go to the next. The interesting part comes in where it's okay, you're playing against teams that famously, I should say, are great at early game. They're famously very good at stacking points and then putting pressure on their opponents to kind of respond in games 4, 5, 6, and 7. So yeah, Jukies and company. So if you're in any team kind of fighting for that top 4 today and be like, we want to be in striking distance of the top 2, whether we get top 2 or not, we just want to be in striking distance so there's a chance. Yeah. You have to take the early rounds seriously. These are your moments, because the last thing you want to do is say we're down 150 points and we have to have a perfect, flawless run of Resurgence for the last hour and a half. You can't, that's tough. You can't do that. So this is a top heavy region in a top heavy tournament that only sends 2 forward with a top heavy part of the bracket today. So lock in. Oh, we got some fun ones, man. Oh,
most definitely. And of course, if you are joining us here today for the first time, we are in fact continuing the road to the Esports World Cup for the MENA region. We're kicking things off here. And of course, it is Warzone, but it is Rebirth Island. So the fast-paced resurgence mode where teams do have a chance rather to even if they go down, there's no gulag involved. They get to respawn in. Of course, there's a redeploy timer that teams are going to just really try to fight to stay alive. So you might see teams group up together and kind of charge everything and just destroy everything in their path. Or you might see teams kind of play a little passive, have that one little player just kind of hanging out, looking throughout the skies, maybe sniping. But then you have two other players that will play fast, aggressive, entry fragging, breaching buildings, maybe throwing a bunch of blast traps. During game, of course, chat, we'll talk more about what's allowed, what's not allowed, because there are restrictions on some of the equipment that will be used here today, right, Spaceman?
There are absolute restrictions. You cannot use impact nades. You cannot use shock sticks. As much as you want to, you can't do it. And you cannot use gas grenades. So if you are feeling a bit naughty, don't do it. You're not allowed to. We will catch you. We have admins everywhere. But yeah, look, I think it keeps it fair across the board. But there is certainly room for error today. And Ellen, what do we always say? We don't actually always say this, but I don't know why I said that. What do we tend to say? What do people tend to say sometimes? It's indecisiveness gets you killed, right? And when it comes to wartime, when it comes to playing a shooter like COD, when it comes to Warzone specifically, Resurgence, indecisiveness, which could be small talk, which could be unusual banter pre-post game, which could be one person not stepping up as an IGL when they're supposed to, which could be just not understanding roles. Indecisiveness can make or break teams today. So it really comes down to how on the ball are you when you have to make a decision, whether together or not. What did Nate Shot always say? If we're going to do it as a team, we got to do it as a team, win or lose. You got to do it as a team. So come on. Get me in the game. I'm excited.
Oh wait, are we getting into game?
No, I'm just excited.
No, not yet. Almost. I was like, hold on. When you said that though, I actually had nightmares of last year EWC, and some of you might remember this, but there was a specific player, I think it was Teenix, that was in fact at the tower by headquarters, and you know, you see kind of some of these fights happening up top prison, and you're like, man, I don't know if I should go down and help. I don't know if I should, push. It's that hesitation, the moment of hesitation that you have in these games. It could make or break, just like Spaceman said, chat. So those decisions in game are going to be key, obviously, but it's a split second that could make a difference. For Teenix, right? We saw that last year, I think, on LAN. A couple of eliminations went down, his teammates had it, but kind of just hesitating on, should I jump down and push or stay? It's just a make or break type of situation, everybody. And well, again, for these teams, just minuscule of points. I think 2-3 points made a difference in some of these placings. So
that's all it takes.
All it takes.
That's everybody. It, especially when you only send 2 teams through. And again, like, the point less being the amount of spots available, the point more being for the region outside of like top 2, top 3 teams. Everything else is open for discussion. Everything else is open for a team to come in and shock the world, shock the region. So like, there's 2 spots, but those 2 spots are up for grabs in a region that is hungry to prove something. So nothing's safe. I don't care if you're Jukies. I don't care what team you're on. I don't care if you're Robstar. Nothing is safe today. And if we've seen anything over the last couple of days, it's that there have been some unpredictable rotations coming out late game. So strap in.
Yeah.
Get ready. I'm excited. I'm so ready for this. I'm excited.
I know. I was just like, man, I can't believe we've been filling in for this long. But honestly, I am vibing. I'm so excited. I could keep going, keep rambling. I'm sure, chat, you are sick of hearing us talk. But once these games get going, you all already know it just flows. Okay, knock on wood, but we'll be flowing. I will be screaming. But nonetheless, not as screaming as some of these players here if they don't make it here today. But I'm chilling. I'm gonna be enjoying the games. I know you all are enjoying the games. We're just, again, getting these players in the lobby. We're almost there. But Spaceman,
hi.
Bragging rights.
Yeah.
You mentioned players moving to different regions, right? Yes. We have 2 in this lobby that we know for a fact. Juki's, Robstar coming from the UK. But I think a FIFA kill. I think of FIFA Kill, and when FIFA Kill not only dominated, obviously, in the EU region, winning with Juki's and Len, but also then going over, Wars, and then going over to the NA side and then winning the solo YOLO. And I think that was the year that he played with Joe and Breadman. So you want to talk about bragging rights? Being able to just dominate in a region, going no matter whatever region, like you are a boss player. And Juki's, we know, is a boss player. Robstar has always been a really consistent, fun player to watch too as well. I'm excited because for these two players, if they don't make it here today, for some of, of course, fans in the chat that are fans of Robstar and Juki's, that's just going to be devastating.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if it knocks away if it leaves blemishes on any of their actual gameplay or their resume. It really doesn't if they don't qualify, but it does start a larger convo about, look, if you're going to go to a region, especially a region that's up and coming, and you're going to attempt to compete there for whatever reason, whether it be competitive, professional, personal, etc., living there or being a present citizen in that region, kind of ingraining yourself in the culture and actively choosing to participate is important. Like that's a rule that has been established in many esports. It's a good practice to follow for competitors. You shouldn't just show up to a region you're unfamiliar with and kind of try to take over. But that's what I'd like to see, is that players have committed themselves to the move. They've committed themselves to, if I'm going to compete in MENA, I'm going to compete in MENA, and that's the important part. So I like the fact that we're seeing Juki's kind of take that by the horn. I like the fact that we're seeing Robstar again continuing that trend. So I like that MENA is not only growing, but it's not growing, it's also attracting talent, and that is part of how you just grow a scene, is that not only do you have opportunities, but when you show that there is viability there for everybody, you can attract the right kind of talent, and that encourages homegrown talent to raise the ceiling, to keep going. So yeah, there is again, when we talked about ego, it's not just players bragging rights or money. It's also like we're talking about a multi-layered progression of a region that is going to be evolving today, depending on how these results go. So this is it's a very fun time to be a fan of Warzone and to be watching some games.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, I got word chat that, we're filling in for a little bit, but only one player is missing. So we'll get this lobby going as soon as possible. But Spaceman, absolutely right. I mean, for these players for years, I mean, I've been a part of Call of Duty for almost 20 years now. Thinking about the competition, like in, Middle East, Africa, or even APAC was starting to grow a little bit back then. It was just Europe we were pretty much like contention with. Now expanding to these other regions, constantly these players are like, if I'm just going against you on not 150 ping, I will do more damage. We are finding some hidden talent, of course, in Saudi Arabia specifically, South Africa, of course, we're seeing some players thrive in there, but it's the level of practice. Even Saudi, I know they've been pushing for a Saudi league, just having the practice, the players, and the tournaments. They have been getting more. And of course, we have to shout out the Pulse Check for hosting EWC scrims for these players to even be able to get the practice here today. Because for Call of Duty, that's been a big issue with regions, is not only getting the placement spots and having the opportunity, but really just getting the competition. And having this, we got it. Like it's just a step forward in the right direction. Yeah.
If you're a Warzone fan, aficionado, layman, whatever it might be, and you're not watching Repulse's stream, you're not checking out Pulse Check in general, you're doing yourself a disservice. The dude blasted onto the scene, and one of the best, I think, Twitch experiences during COVID was watching him 1v1 with Tommy. Like that was when things were getting crazy, and Pulse Check has continued to provide value for the scene, specifically keeping Warzone in a state of constant flux, which is always great for competition. So go check out Repulse. Shout out to the boys over there who I think are doing watch party today. They're amazing. It's always fun watching that energy. And I've been told that not only do we have an update that we'll talk about in-game later for what pros will have to be going against that squad, but we're almost ready for game one, which means that we will be jumping into Resurgence finally to begin the day. And Ellen, I couldn't be more excited. Let's get it going.
Oh my my goodness. All right, everybody. I think, yes, that is right. We are about ready to get into this game number 1, the long-awaited journey, as you all heard the Dream Crazy and Spaceman Dream Space podcast. Now we are ready to go, I believe, into game number 1 here in just a second.
It's been 2 years since you and I have had the Dream Crazy Dream Space Crazy podcast. I'm very excited.
Words.
I'm very, get me into game 1. Whoever the player is, we should start making them drop with no weapons. They don't get a weapon till the last zone. That's my new rule. Guess what? It's Resurgence. You know the deal. Resurgence closes at zone 4. We're going to be pulling it all the way across. Ellen, I can't wait. Let's get into game 1.
Oh my gosh, can't wait is an understatement. I mean, not to mention we get this experience of the Codcaster mode too as well. But hopping on board with Hamoud, Penguin, and Notoribus, this is again our 4th seeded squad that's starting off high pace, high action, and right away coming up with some eliminations here. Hamoud is not slowing down.
And this is a team that you and I both, just as watching throughout some of their open 2s, or I should say their closed 2s, their closed 3s, and just seeing how they wanted to approach a lot of the game, it came down to, again, kind of backtracking through late zone and the IGL, making most of the calls, as it should, especially for early game. But the biggest question for today for most teams as we get set up in the early game, as teams get a little bit established, is simply the race to the loadout. Yes, but and we will get a quick repost, so we'll make sure the lobby is all good. But the conversation, Ellen, should be around, yes, the race to the loadout, but it also should be, you don't want to be playing uphill the whole time, right? Like, yes, positioning matters in zone. Yes, it matters when you're eventually rotating, but you don't want to have to be the team that has to win every single gunfight, that has to shoot their way out of a situation every single time. Because if you are, you're becoming a target for a third party. So this is a big game 1 outside of just playstyle. It's a big game 1, of course, because we're waiting to see what Juki's going to bring to the table, who's going to jump out ahead. But there's opportunities here to make some chaos happen against the ranks of some of the best here in MENA.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, right there, we did get a little bit of a teaser. I'm sorry, y'all. We didn't mean to tease you.
To tease our viewers here.
But I know, I'm sorry. We did see, though, a little bit of action from Team Hamoud there, kind of bouncing around as the teams just got a little bit of a warm-up. And, of course, Hamoud and his squad, 4th seed, Group A, 279.2 points. But their landing zone, usually living quarters, stronghold area, Hamoud is a very, I really love watching Hamoud play because he either could be a really nice flex or play super aggressive, kind of as you saw with a Jackal in hand right there in the beginning. Obviously, everybody needs to know how to do that, but we kind of saw Hamoud, sniping a little bit with the HDR, using the Krieg, of course, LC10, if we're talking about metas here. I was kind of waiting till we got in game to talk about that, but right away, ground loot, pick up a Jackal, get as many points as possible, and, well, for Hamoud, they were just aggressive right off the spot. I think we saw a team wipe there.
Yeah, there are worse things to find off-ground loot to open up proceedings. Sure, again, if it's a race to the loot box, or excuse me, race to your loadout. Yeah, I mean, you'd want Hamoud to kind of lead the charge here. This is a player that's incredibly stubborn, looking to qualify in a good way, by the way, looking to specifically day 3 of the qualifiers or on control drop. There were times where there are other teams that chase eliminations or feed elims. I mean, Hamoud was quite literally taking 1v2s and playing patient in it and finding ways to mitigate as much space as possible for what would be either an orchestrated pinch from the other team or simply baiting or getting baited out into a gunfight he shouldn't be winning. Like, this is a player that understands the rhythm of gunfights, and if you're going to have hot drops, you're going to have quick starts, and you want to have that race immediately towards your kit, he's the player you want to kind of channel that through. So giving him a Jackal just gives him an opportunity to get to the Krieg faster. We know blast traps are going to be a factor today. So if I'm Hamoud, I'm feeling pretty good. He's a bit quiet, but he's in anger. I mean, he's just going to show up and drop 30 on you. So he's got a good start.
Well, we thought we had a good start right there for a second, but again, chat, there was maybe a little bit of a little lobby leak code, but nonetheless, we're gonna get the everything back going again here with the games. But remember, with the tournament format, these players need to stay alive, right? As Spaceman mentioned, you don't want to be one of those teams that are kind of fighting against the current, against the tide, against the circle closing in. But with these POIs and of course a little bit RNG and positioning, these teams are gonna have to stay alive, because remember, per Warzone, per our tournament format, we do have placement multipliers in play today. Of course, first place is a 1.6 multiplier. Do apologize, we don't have a graphic for this here today, but you all know the drill when it comes to Warzone. Stay alive, get your loadout as fast as possible, cash is king, and just flow and pick up as many eliminations as possible. 1 point per kill. Of course, second through fifth is a 1.4 multiplier, and so forth. So if you are one of those teams that place 11th through 14th currently right now as it stands in seeding, you have a lot of work to cut out for you if you want to cut through at least like the Ravens squad or Hamoud, Penguin, and Nitrobus. Like, there's a lot of players that have been pretty consistent and looking pretty good as far as their team chem goes. So it's going to be difficult. I can't wait to see what happens. Yeah, that again, like the one multiplier is fine. You get 1 point per kill. We know the rules. The 0.6 though, Ellen, quickly, like the 0.4 and the 0.6 is between top 5 to second to first. That adds up quickly, very quickly. So yeah, it's not just about getting within top 14. 1 point's great. That multiplier matters, and that's going to make most of the difference today. So we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes indeed. Well, chat, we are going to go ahead and get this lobby fixed and take a little bit of break from speaking here today. So we'll be right back in just a few moments and hopefully have that lobby ready for you, ready to go. Match number 1.
Something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Esports World Cup online qualifiers here as we are heading into finals for the MENA region. My name is Ellen Elizabeth Jean, and of course, that is Spaceman here today. And we were having a little bit of lobby issues, but we're going to be heading into this game number 1. If you're joining us for the first time, we have not started just yet, so you've just made it. And well, we have these teams looking to be starting here soon, but I will say for the other regions, do not be late. There was a team that did get some points deducted, only 4 points deducted, so every 10 minutes you're late, 2 points will be deducted. So LAT AM North, South, NA, EU, do not be late for your matches as well. You could hold up the broadcast. You don't want to do that. But hey, we don't want to hold you all up, of course. Game number 1 is just underneath the sun, about to start here soon in just a moment.
As Ellen's anchor translator, how dare you get late and keep us waiting? No, don't. Just look, it's $1 million on the line. Like, wake up, set 7 alarms, 8 alarms, maybe 9. I set 10 alarms as a caster. It's just the panic anxiety of being late freaks me out. So, players, $1 million on the line, 2 spots at top 12. You don't want to miss your chance to get there. So make sure you show up on time. We're almost ready to go for game 1. We talked a little bit about Hamoud jumping into the game, specifically what the squad brings to the table. We saw a couple of plays being a very general loose term here over towards loading docks. So we're not going to really dive into what game 1 brought because we haven't really seen it yet. But Ellen, this is a very soft serve question for you. This is the standard caster question. Do you have a team to look at for game 1 that you think is going to come out on top heavy, outside of the Juki's easy pick? Who are you looking at to have a big impact to begin?
It has to be Ravens Esports, just because I felt like Coonblood specifically was all over the map. Again, playing spoil alert on some of these top teams like the Juki squad, but kind of just looking at all of the regions and looking at some of their groups, this team specifically was one of the squads that had the highest points in any single lobby. So sitting at 3rd seed with 150.4 points in that A versus D group. I'm really excited to see a full Saudi team again make it through if possible, just because we need variety, but we love to see the breakout of players. And well, speaking of breakout of players, we're breaking out finally on this match number 1 and hopping on board with the Raven Esports squad. Immediately getting a wipe there. Don't have to worry about them, but Spaceman, it's Depth, it's Funeral, it's Optic, it's over here by the dock side. It's going crazy as we're heading in finally to this game.
Yeah, you said kind of jumping into this about we want to see kind of the growth of players, right? It is about having a MENA region that can stand 10 toes down on business sometimes. The fact that we have a situation where a top team splinters, like we talked about in the pre-show, creates an opportunity for more teams to be viable for top 4, creates a ceiling that now the younger players can push against, but also have players like Juki's coming into the region as an outsider, picking up a young homegrown talent. This is an opportunity for MENA, both in game 1 and through match 8, to show that the homegrown talent can make a statement and that Saudi could potentially send a full team of Saudi Arabians to EWC in August. I'm very excited to see how it gets going later, but as Circle 1 begins locking down, 1:20 until that happens, Ellen, nothing too unpredictable to begin. I know we jumped quickly on board with Coonblood, but he wasn't able to find much. Luckily, we'll have a respawn, but we get back into it.
Indeed, and getting back into it indeed, as you of course see these teams just quickly trying to pick up as many eliminations as possible. We do see one team that has been eliminated, so 13 squads left. And well, Mojo, our player that did make last year the Esports World Cup with the Onyx Ravens squad, now he's playing with his 3 friends. And well, you see Mojo sniping and you see Zonda pushing up with Isiam going towards this boat side. And how are they going to approach this one? You got 2 players of Naven on top. Well, 3 of them now. They're going to have to win these engagements, and that is 2-1. Rightfully so. Great gunfights up close and personal. And, well, for the 3 friends, they're looking pretty good. Their chemistry's working really well. And number 7 trying to get away in the water. That's Mad Legend, goes down, and Squad 7 is wiped.
Yeah, keep an eye on the kill feed as well, as we saw BKS taking down Sodas, which is a team that snuck in to the top 12 very late last night as the standings and stats kind of got updated and populated. This is a team that crept up past 140 points and eventually made their way into the tournament. So it'll be fun to see what some of the teams kind of sitting on the edge of elimination will be looking like and how much damage they can cause today. For everybody else, though, this is going to be a race to keep players up. Obviously, with the respawns, you don't have to worry too much. But remember, if you lose all of your teammates, everybody goes down, and you have nobody else on the field, you are done. So Coming down to individual positioning and just straight up playing your life will matter most today. You can play like an S&D, or you can just straight up try to stay out of dodge when things go down. We see it with a couple of times with HDR. Cracks for one, finds the peak, nicely done. Zonda will take out Jawad, and we're right back into the swing of the action.
Wow, and they are moving and grooving over by the control side, which I'm surprised I don't see Coonblood and his squad over there. But for Robstar and his squad, that was just a team that we didn't really see any VODs in terms of the qualifiers, kind of unsure of where they were going. But in scrims, they were really locking it down over by the tower side. We saw Robstar comfortable with the sniper in hand. But as we take a look at this squad here, number 5, fighting over by the harbor side. This is Team BCR, and for BKS, really aggressive, not afraid to challenge, as you see. Solo wiping that guy. That was Shadow who goes down, and, well, can be positive, can be negative sometimes, but works really well alongside Riyadh, as you had mentioned, one of 2. These guys are looking pretty well, kind of their duality, just kind of slaying out in these buildings.
Yeah, not like not the safest spot, but they're certainly handling a lot of the early game. And that's really all you can ask from a team who's fighting for a top 2 spot. That's all you can ask for a team for a game 1. We got a long way to go. It's a marathon for sure, but handling a lot of your opening gunfights does kind of set a nice rhythm for everybody else. So when it comes to kind of retaking position over towards Chemical, yeah, a lot of those close one-on-ones, a lot of those small engagements that do add up over the progression of the tournament, those are going to be the kind of confidence markers that we will be looking at to your top players to say, okay, in these spots, can they produce? Can they pick up the slack? Absolutely so far for a couple. Remember, your number 2 team across the board is a squad that we have mentioned earlier. It's Robstar, Jawad, Showstopper, who have found themselves splitting a couple of times in the kill feed, still in the action here. This is a team that, again, has shown that a couple of times they've been in trouble when it comes to the small communication in early game, but they eventually pick it up and they eventually find success late game. So if they can just stay up through zones 2 and 3, expect them to be a problem for most teams when it comes to the third party that we would usually see on late rotations.
Yeah, and for this squad here, for Bob, for Bob, for the Scouts squad here, this team came from Group C. They were 169.6, but actually we switched back over to Kappa and BKS, who are finding a little bit of trouble here in the factory side. As you know who slays out over here, it's Juki and co. And, well, for Crims, he takes down BKS, forcing Kappa to kind of back down low. But, hey, lo and behold, there's a player there. You're going to have to be careful. But elimination well needed. 10 teams left, of course. Circle 2 is closing, and, well, for that multiplier these teams are going to be thinking about. They don't want to get too overly aggressive here. Can't go down, but I think that squad 3 wiped. Showstopper and Jawad actually just took down the 3rd seeded team. So Coonblood and co is out. My dreams just got shattered there, Spaceman. But
I'm sorry.
For Bob and 3W and the Scouts crew, they gotta get into the mix here a little bit.
Hey,
Same
good for
with this
Bob.
squad.
Good for Sentry. For those who know. For those who don't, I'm sorry, I'm a nerd, but good for Bob. Everybody else, we'll see how things unfold. Move towards dockside. We'll sit quietly. This Chemical becomes more of a problem. Hit your shots. Can't get caught when you're moving around like that. Unfortunately, Robstar will come up for the cleanup, but that's okay. Everything else essentially traded evenly, and that was another moment where, again, the shot difference, the mechanics will be a factor today. I know it's only game 1, but you gotta hit those shots in this kind of tournament. So it's pick up 1, sniper in the hand. Watermelon gets tagged for 2. Won't be enough to clean up the play. Here comes a bombardment. And everybody quiets down.
The thing about if you are sniping on top of that tower, you have to be careful of how you're going to go down, or even Mojo out here in the grass side on the little prison tunnel that actually leads over up to showers. So you kind of see Zonda and Mojo and co kind of just rotating over towards prison, and Zonda's going to take the high ground here. Well, you can see number 13, of course, on that squad of the Scouts. They did back down from that tower, as I'd mentioned, right, Spaceman? You can't get caught up there from prison. It's a very easy to even get shot down from here. On the other side, by headquarters, there is another tower. But Zonda just kind of getting some information. You see another player just went back up there yet again from the Scouts squad. Underneath them, though, they have to be careful, because you see Bob. There's a duo coming up right on Zonda. And for this squad, they are split.
Ooh.
at the engagements here, they have to be worried about the teams rotating in from the outside.
Yeah, and I wouldn't worry too much if I'm Bob. Like, yeah, you want to avoid the bombardment, I get it. I think you could still keep most of the high ground after the streak concludes. You do want to worry about kind of the periphery, especially with the edge of the zone behind. So I do like the positioning up top. Have plenty of opportunities to, again, just be a scout, which is sometimes all you really need, especially when numbers begin to dwindle. 9 teams still up. Sniper remaining in the hands of Mojo. One in front to deal with. Gets tagged quickly, backs off. Rightfully so. Robstar picks up 1. And a couple of trades on the outskirts will leave all teams, again, vying for a position as Krems will come off respawn.
I'm yelling at Danjo in the chat. It wasn't just Black Ops 2. Spaceman said the same thing. Anyway, back up to the game. No, I'm kidding. I'm Danjo. See Danjo, Spider Tip in the chat. They'll be casting, of course, the other regions later. The EU, the NA region. Got a shout out to go to casters. There's 12 casters, 12 Schmeeds. But hey, Zonda, not just picking up those eliminations almost to 12. He has 6 right now. And, well, ducking down from Showstopper on the other side. Zonda makes still alive, but Islam, his teammate, goes down. Showstopper. Oh my gosh.
Get out.
Spoiler alert. Nope. Coming up from the other side of the headquarters side, it is Showstopper and Jawad able to take down, I believe, Mojo and his team. The 3 friends, bye-bye. But Bob, on the other side, still holding up top here. It's a 2v3. You got Showstopper. Watch out. That is a heavy-hitting team.
Yeah, Bob was taking a heady. Sentry's going to need to hit more than that. You're going to have to take that heady confidently. That's also going to be a small margin of difference between teams today. Like, if you want to compete for a title, if you want to compete against especially other regions like North America, Europe, yeah, you're going to have to be able to hit some of those shots. There is not going to be much opportunity outside of those windows for taking down or peeling off an anchor, an AR, something like that. So keep that in mind as we begin to move up slowly, carefully, patiently, precariously. A couple players around, a couple of teams, 5 teams left, 14 players on the field. MJ on your screen. We have a gas mask. We have a self-revive if we need it. Trophy in the hand. Go for the cross-mat throwing knife. Just be a little bit quirky. Do something weird. Circle closing. And it will pull
so taking
just to the south.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is the seeded 10th seed, which is Auja. And, of course, MJ and Watermelon from Saudi Arabia, and then you have XKMF from Jordan. So a little bit of diversity here, but throughout their groups, the best game that they had was 75.6 in the point tally margin. So kind of just looking at the points in the eliminations, 180, 10th seed is where they found themselves. They have a decent amount of kills, and they still have the multiplier to work with. But for these teams, there's only, 4 teams left? Look at how much everyone has slowed down.
Yep. This is Onyx Ravens currently working underneath. Over the top. It's Uja. On the outside, your number 2 team. Robstar, Jawad, Showstopper. We talked about them just needing to survive a lot of the chaos of the mid-game. They start slow sometimes, but when they do eventually get the small talk online, they have moments like this where they can come in and third party and ruin your day. You might just get it. Number 1 as well, still alive. Top 2 fighting for each other's spot. Juki's, Krems, Kruger. Oh, baby. Top 4 teams. Let's get it going.
Yeah, and I mean, we have full squads here with the exception, I mean, with the troublesome of obviously Business Cat goes down to LX. And for LX, of course, nice. A part of this Onyx Raven squad, that's a beautiful wipe for them. 5 eliminations for LX. And the best squad, though, in position has got to be Kruger, Juki's, and Cone Crims. And you see these teams are going to have to rotate in, but there's a streak going down. Spaceman, we've seen this squad here time and time again in these moments where they're last alive for Juki's, Crim. And what happens, right, in these moments? It's always a communication issue. Yeah,
it's a communication, but it's also the timing on the smoke, because at some point you have to break from the line. There's like, you only get maybe 10 seconds to really regroup, recover. The bombardment's going to flush you out. Zone still closing in. Team number 2, Jawad, Showstopper, Robstar, fighting uphill and across the line. This is going to be very tough for them to regroup. We already have 1 team peeling off. It's team number 6. Kruger, able to pick 1. Takes off Showstopper. Now will reposition.
how fitting to have the first and second seed, also the sixth seed fighting right here. But for the first two, it is Crim. Kruger's looking to see how they're going to go ahead and get out. It's the zone that pulls away back towards LX and Co. So looking to find some type of resurgence here. Jukies is able to actually take down Robstar and Jawad. That was huge. So now down below, it is the fight. Who's going to come out on top? But Jukies, the clutch man himself, he always makes these crazy gas plays, leaves Datsun by himself. And I think for the first seeded team here, Spaceman, they're able to take game number 1. Just like that, positioning too seems to be key, but that rotation, despite it going against their way and having to move forward, they were able to clutch it up. And man, credits to Juki there. That was a huge 2 onto Jawad and Showstopper for the dub.
You're absolutely right,
What
Ellen.
a game.
You're absolutely right. Like, patience in others' panic is what can separate a team like Juki's, Krems, and Kruger from the rest of the competition. And though they do get the win, to the dismay of the rest of the lobby, knowing that this team likes to get off to a hot start and they put points on the board, that was kind of what we that is the kind of end game that we should expect for top 2 teams versus like 2 middle pack teams, 10th and 6th, fighting for position, fighting around docks, fighting through chemical, and getting in a spot where we're going to see a lot of third parties that collapse through smokes, through streaks, and then eventually lead to a lot of one-on-one fights, right? So when you're looking at the one-on-one fights, those are when the IGLs really earn their payday. That's when the small comms need to matter the most. Those small details will decide whether or not you get second or third, and what that placement really does look like multiplier-wise. Juki's, Kruger, Krems will take map number 1, and this is a team that not only is one of the heaviest hitters, not only was the number 1 seed for a reason, but a lot of people would have expected to be a shoehorn into the LAN tournament in August. Nothing is guaranteed. Everything's up for grabs, but still, they come out with a very decisive finish after some shaky positioning in the early game, but eventually get it working, and just consistency across the board. Like, when it comes to marathons like these kinds of tournaments, Ellen, consistency, like, that is the name of the game. That is what keeps teams atop. So this was a very standard practice procedure for Jukies to begin map 1. Again, a team that can usually drop like 140 points per group, so they're kind of right within their ballpark here. But I think we got a nice spread of the competition to begin our first match, and we should only get even more as we keep going.
Most definitely. And for that squad too, everybody, again, game number 1, I'm very curious to see how many eliminations that they had. But throughout the qualifiers, in the open qualifiers and the closed qualifiers, we definitely saw this team, specifically Juki's, anchoring and co-IGLing, playing a support role, but providing money, providing cash, but providing those eliminations. He's not afraid to even play by himself.
Yep.
And then we saw Kruger and Krims just kind of duality, entry frag, and play together, and Kruger making a lot of IGL play calls, while Krim, he just shoots. He's quiet, quiet. Can be impatient at times, but for somebody who has had the opportunity to play with better players, to come from the Saudi, the MENA region, from Saudi Arabia, playing in, what was it, World Series of Warzone 2023, and then now you have Jukies on your team for Krims.
Not a bad upgrade.
It's not a bad upgrade at all. Yeah. And of course, Krim's coming from Pakistan. He's just making a statement and just showing how good he is. Yeah. I think for like easily improved player in this lobby, for me, it's got to be Krim's.
Yeah, look, settling in beyond the nerves is really important for young talent, especially if you're from Krim's POV, you're playing with a player like Juki's, you understand what's on the line, the expectations, you understand what you should do in terms of performance and what people expect of you. Usually those things are married when it comes to these kinds of tournaments. This, I should say, is a big game 1 win, not just because it gets them on the board, not just because it continues the tradition of this team starting off hot, but it settles a lot of the nerves. And even if you're the most experienced player in the world, the hardest points together the first. You always want to make sure that you're putting yourself in a position to not have to work overtime down the line. So yeah, getting the win, allowing what we heard yesterday in our study session, Ellen, with just like Juki's basically saying, stop giving away free dumb kills. Let me get in a position to feedback and we'll win. And, you heard Krems being a little bit quiet. You heard Kruger getting very vocal in IGL. They were trying to dissect the play after they're like losing top 2. They're getting to the end game. They're losing. They're so frustrated. This is a team that expects to be top 2 almost every single time, and so the small details matter. So again, the communication is going to be important throughout all of these teams, specifically for keeping the nerves in check for Krems and Kruger. That's why Jukies is here. He is here to lead the ship. He's here to get them in position, and when moments arise where Jukies is unable to close out the final couple of kills because of that situation, that's where having a gunny in Krems is so important. That's where having that young experience to be like, go fly out there and make a play and win us this map. That's exactly what you want. So game 1 goes the way of Krems, Jukies, and Kruger, and for everybody else, now the race begins. It's time to catch up to them.
All right, well, match number 1 is done. Well, we'll have match number 2 right after this break, so don't go anywhere and stick around. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup qualifier for the MENA region. We are about to get into game number 2 as well. Game number 1, we saw the first seeded team, Jukies, Krems, and Kruger, go ahead and take the win, of course, slaying out near the chemical side on this fast-paced Rebirth Trios action. I'm Ellen, Spaceman. You've been having some fun. It's been a while since we've done this dance. Are you having fun?
I am. I'm always like, every day is a joy. That sounded way too sarcastic. Every day is a joy to be alive. I do mean that. But yeah, I'm having a great time, Ellen. Listen, I love when everybody goes to chemical, okay? I love when the fact that Jukies and company can kind of sneak in like a dog stealing stuff off the plate. Like, oh, if things are going on over here, I'm just going to take this real quick and get the win. Like, seeing young talent like Krems have the opportunity to close out the game in the way he did, picking up a 2-piece, like that, those are the moments that will stand out for a young player, and that when we go to the highlight package for today, that's what you're going to see. You're going to see the moments of game 1 win, Krems picks up the 2-piece, picks up the win. These are the situations as Jukies you want to put your players in, give them the experience to clutch up, get them the reps, get them the opportunity to get that highlight. That's where this team shines. And so far, seeing them get a victory, not too unsurprising, but what I did like is that our last 4 teams were our 1st and 2nd place team and our 10th and 6th. We're seeing a spread of the region like we had expected. It is not just going to be top 2 and bust. It's going to be, we're going to have a pretty aggressive middle pack of rosters fighting against potentially 1st and 2nd seeds. So I want a lot of these team fights, a lot of these end engagements to be as close as they were. There was, of course, the zoning that eventually led from the smoke into the bombardment, into the repositioning down to the dockside. So I expect it to be that kind of tempo today, and I would be shocked if we get anything different. But Ellen, you brought something up very, very fun to me during the break. Would you please inform the viewers?
Yeah, I thought we were going to get a little matchmaking there, and I was like, hold on, I'm stretching myself out. Production is playing tricks on me, but no. We were talking about Kumblood, right?
Right.
The 3rd seeded team of that, of course. They were wiped early, and during the close qualifiers, it seemed like that squad was the one team that seemed to be the thorn, specifically in like a lot of these teams' side, Juki's side, kind of picking them off during the game. Late game, but for how much like how much that is going into this today, specifically for obviously Kumblood and his squad, you can see that like they may have played well in the qualifiers, in the in-game qualifiers, open qualifiers. But here today, teams are turning up. We saw Mojo into the mix, of course, wanting to make it through again. But I'm really impressed, of course, with Kruger and co, just with how well they've been looking. And we're getting into this game number 2. I think Kruger specifically, too, you may have seen him compete in the EU side region. He just recently moved back to Saudi Arabia. Krems, TO2 with Krems, and then they decide, let's pick up Jukies. Jukies moves over, obviously, and then now here they are. Kruger also played in 2024, Grev Sin in the World Series of Warzone, and had 10th and best placing on maps, 21st overall. So for him specifically, just excited to see his growth. But for the Raven squad over here by Bio, it's looking like, oh man, just dancing around this Optics team. For Optic too, I haven't really been making too much noise, but from what we've seen in their Group D, 175 points. All 3 of the members are from Saudi Arabia as well.
That name always throws me through a little bit of a loop, and I love it. It feels like my brain gets kind of hitched up because it's thinking about something else. But I like the fact that it's called Optic. Why not? Again, this is a team, all 3 from Saudi Arabia, like you said. The one unfortunate side for them is that during the close calls, they kept running into Kumblood. So they were kind of at the brunt end of the mercy of the COD gods, if you will. But Electrified preferred dropping north the industries towards docks, like Harborside a lot of the time. And we've seen him be comfortable on the AEK. He can pick up the Jackal off ground loot. He runs mines. We understand the fact that this is an early aggressor. The only question coming in was simply, which is a combo that we have brought up. I have brought up a little bit in game 1. A lot of players at times struggle in the 1v1 headies. They struggle specifically on just peeling other anchors off the heady. If that is the case, that could be a signifier for what teams find success late in this tournament. And for those who don't, your shot has to be on point in tournaments like this, competing against the best of the best. And so far, Nitrous is answering all of those questions and more. We'll try to dip out of dodge. Creams picks up Solds, and for now, Pinstripes in the kill feed. But we switch back up top as trios continue dropping. Everything's open, and the boys are shooting.
This gives me nostalgia of the Falcons NA squad. He's so good, like locking down Stronghold, while Shifty and Biffle just roamed out and picked up a lot of eliminations. Of course, all teams are alive here in the lobby, 14 out of 14, but remember, a chance to respawn with that redeploy timer. Some teams have an opportunity to farm squads as they kind of land back in. So for Penguin, I believe was able to pick up Proxos over there on the Stronghold side, and we're going to go ahead and swing over to the factory side over by the boat where, well, we see a couple of teams fighting over here. We got Robstar's crew, we have Kappa and BK, and then we also have the Israeli team. We have Soda's Zex in here, which I believe just kind of made it through last second. Just last night, we saw a change. They are in the 14th spot, but a couple of points maybe just go unnoticed in the qualifier, mixed match on the numbers. They were able to make it in, and rightfully so, I'm sure, very happy with that.
Alan, you're right. They absolutely snuck through. Snuck through being the operative verb here. They crept in at 144.6 points over VUA at 140. And VUA was sitting in that 14th spot for, what, 12 hours? And then all of a sudden, Sodex just pops in like, hey, guess what? We have an update. And now we're into the thick of it. So this is a team that has a lot to prove, a lot to play for sure. Kind of playing with house money, right? Like you're the last rated team coming into the tournament. You can cause some upsets for sure. But at the end of the day, we are curious about what the teams sitting on the outside of a lot of these zones will be looking like. Specifically, I'm looking at team number 11, which one currently hanging right outside chemical engineering, far out of the zone, edge guarding as well. This is a team that I am very curious how they're going to play late game, of course, known as Opic X. They are going to be taking a very, very slow approach to game number 2.
And that could be risky. It's like sometimes in these moments you have high risk, high reward. I'm not sure what happened to Coonblood there. It goes down, but over here again for the Kappa squad, we saw them picking up some of these eliminations here. Of course, R7 with a sniper in hand, kind of just trying to get picks from afar. Gotta be careful with that. But for some of these teams, Spaceman, we're pretty much I would say some teams pretty much have one sniper on their squad. If you vouch not to have it, maybe you might be a team that's playing super aggressive. But for LX and Co. and his squad, I mean, they've been having moments where they could play too passive. As you see, Penguin does play super aggressive and pushes forward. So Penguin, being a very great player that plays for support, will buy UAVs, work for cash, also takes initiation in gunfights. And, well, Hamoud definitely not afraid to take a gunfight there. Has 14,000 to work with, and is, of course, going to be working to get some UAVs, get a loadout, but that's some of the strategies coming into this. These teams are trying to get advanced UAVs as much as possible so they have information on the map and know, of course, who to push.
Yep, small comms do matter as well. I mean, we watched Jukies yesterday get very frustrated that they called in a double UAV when they weren't supposed to, and they were waiting for a more defensive hold to use the advanced. They kind of panic. Everybody begins to crumble. But these are the moments where having good communication, a good IGL can make the difference. You naughty boy. Squad number 7, currently again fighting over the control center. We'll try to dip out. Great shots. Picks up 1. There it goes. Sliding and diving for 2. His teammates are around for the cleanup, and player 12 will quickly try to get out of dodge on a run, a tear. I am not taking that fight, says Mojo, and does just enough to escape and live to fight another day.
Oh, man. And for Mojo, he has to stay alive here. If Mojo goes down, that is it for teams looking to get redeployed back in. So he's going to hang out, stay alive over by the bottom prison in that tunnel. And you see his teammates trying to figure out a spot to land. But that's going to be the question. Where do you land? Well, with 14 teams in the lobby, you have an opportunity. But everyone knows how to shoot in this lobby. And, well, for Shadow, taking down a member there, he has to worry about Soda's Sod Zex, who just got taken down by Showstopper. But the trades, you see the 2nd seed, the 4th seed, fighting on the other side of Prison. And Prison here is being held, it seems, at least on the 2nd level by Shadow. But Spaceman.
Yeah.
13's coming up behind him, and it's kind of funny. You're talking about team names like Opic. Team Naven makes me want to say Maven.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I thought of him last night. I do that quite often. Krems for 2, possibly 3. Picked up a mood in the water. It's the kind of moments, the kind of gunfights that will, again, turn some of the tables on some of these engagements. I'm looking at player number 2, however, or I should say team number 2, one player far out from everybody else. Well, they have eventually regrouped, so I guess my point is null and void, but it looked like for the moment it was going to be Jawad out on the island. Never mind. They get back into each other's line of vision. Naven able to pick up Hemo, and now on the fly. AT season. Every COD player's got season in their name. Why not? 7 versus 6. The squads, the seeds going against each other. Take some reins over the port bow, and both will get tagged and try to dip out of dodge. Juki's picks up Kunblood, so one of the biggest menaces for Juki's run to fame here in the lobby is taken out. We'll see what his team can do off the start.
Of course, that's the aggressive, needing to kind of get out of dodge here. Sadzex is providing some cover from above, but Hamoud, knowing that he's up there, is not going to over peek too much. You're just going to have to single out this player here. So play super aggressive, take down Shadow, and now you know there's one left up at least above, and I'll redeploy back in. But you can't spend too much time here if you are Hamoud and co. As you see, there's other teams in prison that are eyeing them from the windows. This is a spot that you can get caught out very easily. You have to be careful and utilize the tents for cover. So Hamoud, Penguin, is going to go in aggressively to take a pick, takes down Krims, and he backs away with his life, but not before he's taken down by squad number 3. That was Solds. So that was the team we were talking about for Juki's and co. that really played spoil alert in the qualifiers, in the close quals.
Yeah.
They're alive now, Spaceman. We saw them go down early.
Yeah.
Could they potentially play spoil alert in this game number 2 for that first seeded team? Well, we'll find out.
It's okay, so we were just on this fight about 10 seconds ago. We saw Hamoud rappel up to potentially take a challenge. I don't know if he did. I don't think he did. Assaults likely backed him down, if not took him out completely. There is one team still underneath. That's team number 4, which would be, by our count, again, still Hamoud and company. I'm so curious if they're going to continue taking that fight. I mean, you're going to fight for the high ground. It's a 1v1 for 1v1 if you stagger, but you could try to peel that sniper off. Showstopper continuing. Penguin on your screen, picking up BKS quickly on the move. Hamoud moving, flying towards the number 2 spot.
And there's an engagement with Robstar, I believe, too. Hamoud is going to go aggressive here, try to take down Jawad, and he does around the corner. What a shot. But on the outskirts for number 2, for Jawad and for Showstopper, they're going to have to figure out how to rotate in. Of course, the gas is behind them, but the newly squad picked up by the EVOS Esports organization, Robstar and co. That's something they can get out of. I think Robstar actually took down Hamoud, if we could go back to that engagement.
Wow.
Oh my gosh, insane stuff. Oh yeah. Robstar able to take down 2, but it's Showstopper who goes down. So now last alive, he's going to have to figure out how the heck to get out of this situation, because you have 2 members outside of prison here holding on. But I think that was a revive in. Hamoud's back in. Remember, this is Resurgence. There is an active timer. Circle's closing. The circle's closing at the 4th circle, but at a specific point, you do not get the respawn timer. So Hamoud having to be bought back in. They are all up, and then Robstar does fall from another member.
At this stage of the game, teams begin to walk a tightrope between when do we push for the numbers, when do we play for the final kill, versus when do we pull off. Now, granted, Resurgence closing makes things easier, but you see it there where a couple of players fall. You're thinking, is Robstar, are they going to push? Are they going to play the math? We have 2 players down. There's 1 to go. They instead not to. Everybody comes back up off life. I move back into the play. These are now the moments where having an IGL and having clean comms really does matter, because you need to start taking these fights aggressively. When you have the picks, when you have the knocks, you got to pick up the last couple of players. You got to make sure you keep numbers off the board. We'll get a UAV in, potentially a advanced if we want to invest. So far, no.
No, this is going to be a res. Juki always making these crazy gas plays time and time again. World Series of Warzone, it doesn't even matter. He's going to go ahead and get the revive onto Krims, and making that gas play is going to be super huge. Krims can pancake from above, but you got it, probably not too much with all these players left. Quickly maybe get some weapons and figure it out. But for a revive that was huge for Watermelon. This is, well, a great repositioning from the gas on the ladder outside of prison to take down Hamoud. And that might be a full squad wipe if, in fact, I think that was Hamoud getting away. He does get away. And did you just see that? Hamoud loses 2 of his teammates. He runs into the 3rd seeded team and takes down a squad wipe. I think that was Abo.
I mean, you're fighting for the win here. This is central zone, perfect location. I know it's going to be chaotic. I know it's going to be a varying degree of requirements in the altitude, but the streaks can only streak so much. This is for the end game now. What can Hamoud and company do as they try to regroup some positioning on the rooftop? You got 2 sitting on the outside, 2 underneath, a full team of 3 led by Bob. Shout out Sentry under as well. Mad Legend on the opposite end. These are the kinds of headies, the kinds of shots that will make the difference as Watermelon's able to pick up 1.
And I think this is one of the other squads too. There's 2 squads that have a full team of 3. But for number 7, I think that was MXQ goes down. And, well, this is a huge revive, MJ, should you be able to pull it off. But squad number 5, also a full team. Also going against the Israeli team in Sadat. And, well, that's a huge wipe. Crims not able to get away. So Crims goes down. And for squad 1, our game number 1 winners, they are out. Opportunity for some of these other teams to get a win here today, and BKS gonna try to figure out how to do so. But for 4 teams remaining here, Spaceman and 2 full teams up, we'll see who comes out on top.
BKS is not afraid to take challenge. If the results have shown us anything, if the closed qualifiers proved anything, is that BKS will take the challenge solo if he feels he can win the gunfight straight up, and usually works alongside Real as a 1-2 combo. These are the moments where gunfights matter the most. These are where the separation in who's got the gunny can give you that multiplier of 1.6 for a first place finish. They'll have the high ground for now. Zone closing, wrapping carefully around the back. Hamoud will drop, I think, in zone. So that just makes things more dangerous, but all agreed in the kill feed. BKS finding another. Business Cat will drop quickly. Numbers stay up. 3 teams alive. It's 5 in the point, and a moment through the back of the zone. Bob picks up 1 quickly. BKS drops. A couple extra players will fight for position in the end, and in the end, it will be yet again, I believe, Bob walking away with the victory. And this was a couple of staggered pushes from all of our top 4 teams in the final zone, coming down to just individual gunfights that walk away with the win.
Wow, well, there you have it. Our game number 2 winners, the Scouts squad, coming from group number C. And you were absolutely right. Chaos in the end right there, and a lot of repositionings. But I was really eyeing that Auja squad. Of course, the reposition from MJ outside of the prison ladder, getting up top, of course getting ultimate height, and then taking down and dismantling Hamoud's team to force them off. Really seemed like they had the best position, but of course the zone pulling away, forcing them to jump down. That's a moment in Warzone where you can see RNG a little bit. You can maybe think that height might favor your position, but it's really rotating and jumping off early. Sometimes it can just be difficult if there's teams already waiting down below. And for Scouts, they were in a perfect position to take that win, and curious to see how many eliminations they did have, but Bob was able to close it out.
Gotta love when Bob does Bob things. I mean, again, sample size is 2 games, so you can't dive like super deep into this, but if we're looking just kind of end game positioning, I know the zone was pulled central. I know it's basically, there's 4 teams that are sitting dead center. You're gonna just have to fight it out. But Bob picking up BKS, I think, is really big, because BKS being kind of an entry fragger is more than just a kill count. It's also the tempo of the team fight that BKS can push. We know that BKS won't usually back off of a challenge unless he's forced to. So Bob picking up that kill is not just securing insurance on the match, but it's also you're removing an entire tempo setter. You're removing an entire other factor of the gunfight, of the entire team fight. That now you control the engagement. The engagement's on your terms now. So it's, whether it's you play for the back of zone, you play as a third party in a lot of one-on-ones, Bob very simply makes the game redundant in a good way. They keep it simple. That kill breaks down a lot of the what could be should be's, and this is just a team that's kind of popping up and taking advantage of the chaos, and that's good because we want to see a lot of the teams below the top 6 getting an opportunity to shine today. You have the 13th seeded team coming in and taking game 2. that can't be overstated enough. That's really important and impressive against this kind of competition in MENA.
No, for sure. I was just being sure on the team name too, because I know the graphic there said 3W. I don't know if that was, I just want to be sure. It was Scouts, I think, for Bob and Co. If I have that team name right, I just want to make sure I wasn't getting anyone's name wrong. But for them, you were absolutely correct. For that, it's tricky. If you get the 1.6 multiplier and you win the game, great. But if you are one of those teams that may have gotten 4th or 5th or even 6th, but they had like 10, 15 more eliminations than you, does it really matter? It's like, sure, you got the multiplier, but if you're not getting those kills, it doesn't mean anything. It's really coming down to how much you can flow in the game, pick up those points, get cash loot as quick as possible, but really staying alive and picking up as many possibles in the late game. But that is 2 games down here today, everyone. And, well, we're going to come back after this quick commercial break with game number 3. So don't go anywhere for more Esports World Cup action.
Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go.
it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me.
Hello and welcome back to the Esports World Cup qualifier here today for the regionals and the MENA region, where 2 teams will qualify for the LAN event in August in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. My name is Ellen, and that is Spaceman. And well, we just completed 2 games where we saw the 3W team take the win, and I think we have a leaderboard ready here to go. So let's take a look at the match ranking. And well, for the first place team, of course, we did see Juki's win game number 1. I believe that's going to put them at first because they did pick up a lot of eliminations, sitting at 4th that last game with 22.4 points. But there it is. Lo and behold, the first place team, in fact, 37 kills, 56 points. It is Juki's, Kruger, and Crims.
Again, the conversation of multipliers matter, that does still matter. Multipliers will be the make or break for a lot of teams, right? The 1.6 in first is very different than a 1 for top 12th. It's just, it adds up. But also the elimination count. When we get into these conversations of Juki's, Kruger, and Creams picking up wins early in this tournament, for the qualifiers, yeah, it's big. They get themselves on the board. They establish a pretty healthy lead, but they're also putting up consistently, game after game, a decent amount of eliminations. And what does that do? It just builds their lead steadily. It just builds them consistently as a snowball through this tournament. So they're always going to be kind of fighting in that top 3 spot. It's a race to the top for sure for Hamoud. Even though they didn't pick up the win, the eliminations do matter, right? So getting top 2, getting 36 total kills, these are where the combination of the eliminations and the multiplier start to become more of a talking point. You guys know how it works, but that's what we're really keeping our eye on right now. But when it comes to like the other teams that have kind of spread out, I mean, you have 3WWW, which of course formerly known or should be known now as Bob. They 27 eliminations, pick up the dub in game number 2, sitting in 5th place. So even a win is not going to guarantee you a rise through the ranks. But I do like that we're seeing some of the younger teams that are coming in at the lower seeds finding more success, finding more opportunities to strike within top 6, and clearly there's a run to the top 3.
Yeah, that's such a good point. I mean, looking at that number 4th team of Auja, and that's MJ, and of course we saw their reposition over on the prison side, picking up a lot of eliminations too over by Control, but coming from Group A, sitting at 180 points, again, compared to Juki's, Kruger, and Crims is like 343 or whatever. It's insane, just, again, to have 30, you're only 7 kills down, but 42 points, you're looking to be in a good spot. Of course, only 2 games have passed, but taking a look too at some of the other on the back half of things, a little bit of surprise to see in the number 11th spot. It's Raven Esports, right? That's that full Saudi team that I was rooting for, the 3rd seeded team coming into this. One of the teams that dropped the highest point elimination game, sitting at 150 in groups. Pretty crazy to see them in the 11th place spot with only 13 kills, because they were firing on all cylinders in the closed qualifiers. So curious to see if Raven Esports can bring it back. Also too, Onyx Ravens, another team that was at the MENA qualifier last year in Saudi Arabia, of course being Mojo on that squad with LX. Now, well, it's a different team, and coming into this, I think they were sitting at the 6th seed, also in the 9th spot. So curious if they can bring that back. I think that was Day T season that we saw kind of running around and doing his thing. So for these teams, right, only 2 games in the mix. You still have 6 now to go. Originally, Sean, it was 6 games. It would only been 4 more games left, but we get a special treat here today. We get 6 games, and well, we're hopping on board, I was gonna say, with Singapore, which I was actually just watching them last night. They can be a little bit squirrely, kind of getting mixy, not really sure on how they want to play things, right? This was one of the team, Spaceman, that we saw kind of not really having a set POI. It's the only full South African team, by the way, and well, making some noise. Zesty, that's a huge one to win.
Well, now that we're 2 games in, Ellen, these are the moments where it becomes the original 6 games. It becomes, this is your warm-up. tournament begins now. What do you have to show for it? So this is maybe one of the most important games so far of the day. Clearly going to be the one that will begin to shake out some of the loose weight in the middle of the bracket, shake out some of the extra teams still jockeying for a spot in top 6, and we'll have a better understanding of what the points will look like after this one as well. But yeah, Zesty kind of getting going early for Nixa. Again, this is a player we highlighted it in our pre-show, talking about specifically his attitude towards his teammates. He said, quite frankly, my teammates are the best, and we're coming for those land spots. And I love when teams are just that clear and concise. So I hope to see them continue to find success here today. But this is a player that can flex between supports, can also anchor. He's been an IGL in some close team fights. Expect them to be a problem down the stretch. We'll wait for Watermelon to re-poke. Maybe the engage will happen. Probably not. We'll back off, replate, and for now, Depth will start to make a move.
And that was seriously smart from Depth too, because when you're caught here outside of Industries, if you have one cracked in the window, as soon as you get them weak, you don't want to get caught crossing the street. So quickly having to take that engagement, Depth gets the knock, returns back to his teammates and regroups. And well, they're going to go ahead and back on down, still kind of just holding down the dock side. But for the zone, they are going to have to rotate a little bit southwest here as well. They are outside of it. But for Naven, not Maven, this 7th seeded team over here at control looking pretty good, holding it down, and might have an opportunity to get some picks on this Onyx Raven squad as, well, LX gets the high ground, and for day T season has to be careful as, well, there are members everywhere here at the prison side control.
Yeah, that's a tough gunfight to win for sure. I mean, it's as old as Call of Duty is young, so 20 more years. That's been a tough gunfight on those stairs. Been there many times, but a couple teams favoring the wide approach. We've seen at times more squads favoring north and south as they try to take the challenges where they are. Speaking of trying to fight 2, not going to get it though. It just happens to be the trade will come in time, but luckily for Resurgence, again, you will come right back down into the swing of things with plenty of time to spare, unless all of your teammates go down. Speaking of, Naven is the only one up for now. Never mind, I lied. I lied to you straight up. Mahmood for 2 in the kill feed. Matches for the 3rd. Naven on your screen. 1 kill. Getting close to 400 damage. But very quiet.
Keep in mind, too, when the games first start off, you do have a self-revive that you do spawn in with, an opportunity to make something happen. But if you already have fallen, well, it doesn't even matter. But for Naven, he stayed alive long enough for at least his teammates to have the redeploy, but now out, as you see, number 7, they're getting away from control center, and well, we're hopping back on board with Sodzex and his team as well. You will catch them sniping and anchoring things down here over by the factory side, which provides a lot of loot, a lot of utility. I could see why teams favor it, but a lot of good teams will be over here too as well, as you know who lands chemical, who rotates over by the harbor side. It is Arise, that number 1 team. I wonder if that's a solo leveling reference. Arise.
I didn't watch that. I wouldn't know. Sorry.
You need to.
I'm sorry. I can't help you on this
out.
one. I can't do it. I don't know. You have to tell me all
Chat.
if it's an actual reference or not.
Tell him he needs to watch solo leveling.
I'm too busy
Anyways.
playing Warzone. Wink, wink, nod, nod, cough, cough. Bob.
Right.
BKS, you know? Bombardments. Avoid the damage, if you will. Watermelon picks up Joel's. You have a loadout drop just west. Just on the bombardment. Jawad takes down Zesty. Some teams starting to cross into each other now. Hold that nade.
Okay, well, utilization, of course, with that utility box, just being able to just continuously either get blast traps or nades or anything that you need to breach these buildings, as you see Kappa trying to find some of these players that are hiding in these corners. You have to make sure you check your corners in every single building in Call of Duty. It doesn't matter the game mode, search and destroy, Warzone, Verdansk. Always check your corners no matter what. And hey, Bob doesn't even know if there's players up here and he's still checking. But for this building here over by the living quarters, there's so many teams, 3 teams exactly fighting right now. And well, BKS is gonna get out of there. Crims is just like, hey, I'm gonna go in and push everything and get the revive onto Kruger as well. So a great entry breach for our first seeded team here as well. Jukies, he just solos everything. He'll anchor it down. We know he's very good at playing with his teammates and playing alone as well.
Streaks overhead, circle closing. You know the team number 1. You've seen them before, you love them. And they do it one more time. It's only game number 3, but they'll come the first place finish to begin our matches today. Down goes Hemo. Bob on your screen, gets caught quickly out of the window, avoids pressure, but not before giving away some extra information. For now, we got about 3 teams circling each other, hawking around and looking for an opportunity to strike.
Yeah, and Crim's obviously just pulling out his knife there to run faster to his teammate to try to get the res, but he had to back down. I believe that was R7 and Kappa just trying to play spoil alert on the outside of the houses here, over by the living quarters side, but still MJ and our 10th seeded team, which played great last game, finding themselves against the zone here, having to rotate in. But the repositioning Kings have done a very good job at getting through these buildings and staying alive for the late game. As that multiplier is getting close into their shadow, the Israeli team goes down, and ooh, Business Cat throwing that smoke for cover, has to get the res, do it quickly and quietly. You never know what you're gonna run into because it is chaos over here by the 10th side. Teams again everywhere looking to stay alive.
The Drum Mag Krieg is a nightmare inducer. So is having 3 teams around one another, one on the outskirts, though it's Showstopper Jawad working together. Showstopper taking the outer lane, who's able to pick up one, rotating to the back of the zone. Again, we've seen this team like to hug the wall and keep their backline secure. More specifically, play uphill into a lot of team fights. They like that. More power to them. We're hunkering down for a lot of squads now, as again, we've entered into the final 20 or so players, give or take 1. Juki's a massive win underneath. BKS will clean up the mood, and more trades back and forth. We go 16 still alive, but about 16 seconds till zone 4 begins to lock in. And remember, Resurgence will close.
Juki is always winning his ones, but it's important to win your ones, especially here, as you mentioned, the Resurgence will be closing here just momentarily. But for Naven and his squad staying alive out here, I believe Mad Legend does fall, but D7 is going to go ahead and try to get the res here. I believe he has time, but 13, you do see X Zam trying to get this pick off here with that Krieg in hand. And that was a good one. You're going to see from the side maybe a team member trying to push, but not trying to get too overly aggressive. Bob and KHD are going to have to get into the mix quickly while you have the knock, but Mad Legend able to come and save the day. D7, what a res that was for Mad Legend to come in, help out, and get the kills here for Naven. They stay alive and still alive. It is Kruger, Crims, and Juki with the res back in.
Yeah, the longer that engagement goes, the worse the 1v3 becomes. Just like straight up, you have to get all 3 kills basically in 10 seconds. If you don't, you're giving the other team an opportunity to simply outflank you, just to simply win the rotation behind and take you out. That's what we get. It's tough, man. It's really tough when your shots are that good and you just can't clean up the kills. You can't find the numbers. You don't have players around, teammates to help you. Those are the kind of situations that you're like, if I have an extra teammate with me, there's a chance we pull this 2v3 out. We give ourselves a nice setup for endgame. But unfortunately for them, they will bite the dust. As many more will.
I think we went back a little bit too in time as we kind of switched to a POV here. Juki's wasn't in, and I think he got the res. It looked like he got resed back in and had to quickly get down to the bottom. And well, KHD finding a crack onto him, but the cover there provided from Crimson Kruger, which we've seen time and time again, the duo winning these engagements. The reposition though from KHD, 187 in the window. And Bob from the side leaves Kruger last alive. How are you gonna get out of this? But we just saw Kruger 1v6 his way in a Rebirth lobby the other day. So if this man could get out of this, this would be insane. Bob, KHD down at the bottom. That's 1 down. Kruger, can you get out of this? You have the gas. You have to go. Oh, but you got Naven over by the 10 side.
Wow.
Oh no! Staying alive as long as possible though, getting at least top 6 and a kill on the way out. Whew, you stayed alive long enough to do the damage, but hey, this is the second seeded team awaiting perfectly in zone. It is Showstopper Robstar. And in fact, that SJR squad that was picked up, Zizix, excuse me, by the EVOS Esports squad.
BCR,
Club team.
Have one up. They do. It's player number 5 still way out of most position. I mean, it's a 1v11, 1v9 now. This is going to be really difficult. It's an uphill battle, not just on terrain. You got 2 still up, or excuse me, 3 still up for team 4. That will be Team Hamoud. So talking about one of the teams that's fighting within top 2 against the likes of Jukis, this is a massive game 3 for Hamoud to take potentially home a win here on Resurgence and to solidify themselves within that top 2. They are team in blue.
Oh man, for how much Mad Legend and that I keep wanting to say Naven. They, like, how much they stayed alive is actually insane, but having to deal with Robstar, who's already posted up, I mean, how many times does Robstar win these engagements? Nice. And throwing the nade to complete the elimination, to complete the down. Naven and D7 have to figure out how to get up top from this this turret, because like you're caught. And you're getting streaked too as well. So, well, this might be a 3v2 here between Robstar, Showstopper, and of course Hamoud's full squad. But look at number 5.
Oh, the play in the back. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Like, the timing, the window is now. The window to make a play is now. The streak doesn't really land, and unfortunately gets caught, stripped to shields. Hold on. Don't hit him with the blast. What are we doing? At least make it a fair fight. Robstar gets caught by Nitrous. Showstopper will immediately trade quickly. Penguin out on the wing. No pun intended. 5 still up. He's still up. There's a chance for BCR. It was a 1v9. There's a chance.
No way. No way. Hamoud, though, grabs him from behind. That was Showstopper making a statement. Might have been. Spoiler, I don't even know what just happened right there, because Hamoud grabbing Showstopper, I don't know if that was an accident, but maybe you don't want to do that. But for their game number 3 and the spoiler, it might have been Penguin to stay alive. I think that was a Hamoud win, but regardless, they picked up a lot of eliminations. Okay, yeah, that scared me there. And a little bragging rights at the end. Hamoud letting them know.
A little bit of flair on the interrogation. Maybe there's probably a strat in there somewhere that you can get into the weeds, sure. But yeah, it was quite literally player 5 from BCR staying alive through a 1v11, rotating deep underneath 2 different trios and just trying to play late game. And that's play placement, right? Like, play the points. That's what matters most. You get a multiplier for top 2. So at the end of the day, if you're BCR, you can't be too unhappy with how you've just performed in game 2 for game number 3. Excuse me. You get a 1.4 multiplier. You get down to the end. The only team you kind of lose to, obviously, is the team that was in second place, likely going to be in third now with Hamoud taking the win. This is you're jockeying for top 3, but I mean, a really, really impressive, really crucially timed rotation from BCR to remember that placement is points. And that's all that matters sometimes. And then they will get themselves to second. But congratulations to Mood, who've been fighting with all 3 up for about 3 games now to get the win.
I'm actually laughing at that graphic because it just says Hamoud. Like, that was just great. Like literally, Hamoud making a statement. I think they had like 22 eliminations, but Hamoud, Penguin, and Notorious, which looking fantastic. Notorious is also from the United Arab Emirates, and Penguin's from Jordan. So I like this team because you have, a little diversity from everywhere. But Hamoud silently said, praise be to God for the first place in the preliminary qualifiers, and the rest of the finals will be on the 6th. Just excited and tagging his teammates, calling them heroes. So for Hamoud, you could see that positive energy coming into their gameplay today, because they are looking really good.
They look really good. Like, it's sample size is 3 games. I understand it's still early. There's still a lot we got to talk about, but 3 games of consistency, 3 games of this team bounces between, in group stage at least, was bounced between a low end of 57 and a high end of 137 with a medium of about 84. Like, this is a team that at least keeps pace, skates alongside the competition, and then begins to take charge, take over around midway through a tournament. We're looking at the blast trap play. We're looking at the fact that they're incredibly stubborn. We're looking at the fact that Hamoud, specifically in terms of like 1v2 situations, in terms of closing out kills in crunch time, is an incredibly stubborn player. And that repetition, that experience doesn't go unnoticed in these kinds of moments. So them taking home the victory, it was only a matter of time. But this is a team a lot like Juki's that if you're everybody else, you got to keep an eye on them. You got to count your numbers on the map. If you get them down to 2, get all 3, because they will come back and they'll make you pay.
Yeah, most definitely. Just such a great point about like that dynamic of taking too long to push an engagement or hesitation. I mean, just right there, even with Juki's squad, we saw, I believe there was a resurrection that came in, right? Crims is doing everything you can possible to stay alive, but then kind of able to tag team it. Kruger then was the last one alive and just fighting against Zone, working to get into the multiplier spot. I believe they went from like 8th to 6th or something like that. So yeah, 1.2 to 1.4 makes the biggest of differences. And if you are BK, like on a part of that like squad, being a part of BCR and just staying alive, that what I feel like that's kind of like what separates like a good player from like a great player, is just being able to clutch those moments, just knowing in the back of your head, I'm the last one alive, I can't get my teammates up, let's just work the multiplier. I'm not going to go for any eliminations, but hey, you can work with what you got. And he just did fantastic. I don't know how the hell he stayed alive for so long, Sean. I don't.
It's discipline and preparation. I mean, that's just straight up like, there are going to be many teams throughout today, many players who will be in 1v something situations to close out a game, 1v10, 1v11. Everybody understands placement matters, right? But there are players that are better at utilizing their discipline, at utilizing their patience, and just getting to the end game situations than others, knowing when to take challenges, when not to take challenges, what routes to go through. There's a great saying that like preparation means nothing if you can't follow directions. And those are the moments where you have to follow directions. Just get to the end game. Don't take anything stupid, because placement points will get us there. So that's a moment where, again, just credit all the way around to heads up plays from everybody on that side. But here we go at the overall rankings. Again, 3 games down, many more to go. 69 overall points for Hamoud. Nice. 100 total points overall. And that is what we're looking at for Juki's, Kruger, and for Krems. It's like this is the ceiling for most people. It's get to at least within striking distance, then you got a chance. Hamoud doing a very nice job of opening up with 69 kills and 100 points, the first team to eclipse 3 digits so far.
Wow. And then, I mean, like 0.4 points separate between the second place team versus the third. Like, but obviously that's Robstar squad, the Evos team, 0.4. So like, if we're already, as you'd mentioned, setting the bar high, Hamoud and his squad, they got 1 win, sure, out of the 3 maps, but 69 kills, Sean. 46 to 69 separates the difference in how many eliminations that you can pull up. So again, teams, and of course, if you're watching this from any of the other qualifiers, remember, you can get those placement points, but you have to be able to pick up your eliminations as you're carrying throughout the map. So that's 3 games done, different winners on each one, and we'll have map number 4 coming right your way right after this quick break.
1, go.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome back to the road to the Esports World Cup for for Warzone, rather. The World Cup for Warzone, as we just finished 3 maps for the MENA region. And, well, it was Hamoud and co. Penguin Notorious at the Stronghold side that was able to take this game number 3 and propel them to the first place spot with how many eliminations they've just had. So with these games, they've been very intense, very fast-paced action. As we are on Rebirth Island, it's Resurgence, a chance to redeploy, respawn back in, and get some recovery in, as it's not traditional Warzone where, well, you have to fight your way through a gulag. So constant action, spaceman. It's been a crazy day so far. Going into this map number 4, what are you expecting to see?
Hopefully, a final pull other than Stronghold, because we are the kings and queens of segues here. Stronghold was the last zone that we were able to see for Hamoud to be able to pull through, and you specifically were talking about how they dropped there to begin game 3.
Oh, yeah. I mean, and that's something that we've seen I mean, I'm just, again, instantly, I think we were talking about it. NA last year, the Falcon squad, right? Hisoka, Shifty, Biffle. We kind of saw this POI be worked, specifically Stronghold, where Hisoka would just sit in the tower, kind of just pick up eliminations as much as possible, and his 2 teammates would just go out and slay. And, well, we kind of saw Hamoud Penguin Notorious doing that, right? Hamoud picking up a lot of eliminations by himself, and his teammates just going out, doing their thing, and then they would come back and recover. But the point is, Sean, is they spread out on the map to be able to have 69 eliminations. The second place team, Juki, Kruger, Crims, which we saw take game number 1, they have 46. So kind of looking at that and how many eliminations that just Hamoud and co were able to pull up. Remember, there's only the top 2 teams here today for this region that will secure a spot. Because chat, for each region, there is 6 regions, 21 spots, and a limited amount of spots. 7 being, of course, in NA and EU, 2 in MENA, 2 in LATAM North, and then 1 in Asia Pacific, 1 in LATAM South. So it is a grueler here, Spaceman, is what I'm saying.
I mean, yes, this is not me at all finding contention in your point. It's more of agreeing that, like, if I'm Juki's now, knowing that we're down by about 20, we'll be rough here with estimate, about 20-ish kills. Like, it's a first place finish in 15 on the board. Like, it's not a big ask. So yes, for Hamoud, the dirty work to begin's done. The job is they've got a win on the board. They're now sitting in first place. They can start to again build on this lead. But they know, thank you, production, they know that when it comes to the rankings overall, Chuki and company are not only right behind them, but again, the multiplier kicks in with even just 10, 15 kills, and that's all you really need sometimes. So this is where the race for top 4 becomes as contested, knowing that it's also a 0.6 difference between a tie for second and third for Evo specifically. This is the middle stretch of this tournament, of these qualifiers, that are going to be the most exciting. Like, sometimes it comes down to the wire for the final 2-3 games and we can build up the entire story. Sometimes it focuses specifically on the middle of the tournament, and it feels like this qualifier is focusing specifically on these next 3 games of who's going to separate themselves from the pack and who's going to be able to overtake some of the kings up there in number 3 and number 2. And can Hamoud just hold on to first place? Can they continue to have deep runs into Rebirth and get the 1.2, 1.4 multiplier? Just get me in, man. Like, I think that maybe the biggest surprise as I'm jumping between different ADHD thoughts is the fact that Nixus is currently only at 8 kills. Like, I understand that we've whittled down competition. I understand that as lobbies populate and this competition gets better and better, these tournaments are going to get harder. But Nixa only being at 8, like not even double-digit kills, is they're getting close to being mathematically out of the competition completely. And that is a little scary.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. And I mean, for Nixa too, coming into this being the 8th seed with Jules and Sinkable, that's Zesty, that Nixa squad. They didn't really have a set POI. It seemed that they switched a lot, kind of played a little unpredictable. And for some of these squads, they have like a set landing zone. They know exactly what they're doing in game, and then they practice it over and over and over again. If you have these inconsistent games, maybe Group A, Group versus B, they had 106.2 points. They kind of fell off. Like the last two groups they had, only 40 points. So coming into this on obviously the regional qualifiers, they kind of had a tendency to split up and get disorganized. And, I just kind of wonder if it's just taking a little bit to find their footing. But once they start to put together, they really do put magic happen. And the biggest problem, though, with Nixa, Spaceman, I would say that I saw, though, is they really didn't have an IGL player. Like, no one really telling them, let's go here, let's do this. We need direction. Kind of just like, there's a guy there. Okay, he's here. Like, just kind of just showing what they see in the map, but really not having any direction. And well, that can definitely transfer over to your gameplay.
Do you think that is enough to, at this stage of the tournament, at this stage of competition, do you think not having just that crucial communicator can pull a team back, can hold them back, I should say, can hold them back from finding success? Like, I know it's a bit of a lame duck question, but like for Nixa, is that really the difference? Is it if they just had somebody to kind of orchestrate some of the traffic, they'd be having more success? I know we haven't been able to jump in a lot with their POV, but from your experience, both competitively with Warzone, competitively in general, is the IGL a lot of the times in these kinds of competitions the difference between running around aimlessly versus having intent and finding ways to fix gameplay as the game progresses?
Yeah, I see what you're saying, and in multiplayer, maybe it's not as punishing because obviously it's a smaller map. There's less to work with, less equipment, let's say that. But in Warzone, there's a lot going on. It's a much bigger map, and you have to have direction. And the moment that there's a single player off beat, it can literally mess up the whole entire team. Like, if someone's roaming out and they shouldn't be. If you have an anchor player that is just standing there and not helping your team if your two aggressors get a knock, it's just this like, what do we do type of situation. And well, for Nixa and co, like we've seen Zesty specifically win in rebirth tournaments in the past. I believe the Nixa GG, of course, their organization that sponsors them, had a 10K resurgence kill race, and I think last year it was Joel's, Nilu, and Nax that were able to take that win. So it's like Zesty knows how to play this game. I'm sure obviously Joel's does, so does Sinkable. They've played match point customs in the past. They've worked the map. Sometimes it could just be jitters of knowing how much is on the line, knowing you're playing for $1 million, potentially eyes on you, like getting picked up by a club, and then also a chance to make it to the Esports World Cup. This is a big deal, life-changing money, and sometimes nerves can get the best of you, even if you're, you think you know the game and you think you can do good. It's not as easy as it looks. It's not,
especially when you're playing against everybody else who has the same mindset, the same grind set, and understanding that like they're going to have to play their best to compete for $1 million. We're not playing for, $50 in a motel anymore. We're playing for $1 million in an overseas land. Like it's just, it's a different. The kids these days, they have no idea how hard it was. But like the ceiling has risen so much that just the level of competition continues to grow and grow and grow. We see the multiplayer side, the Warzone side, even it's been 4 or 5 years for Warzone, and it's already looks so much different than it did beginning. So again, shout out to MENA for bringing some of the best talent around to this tournament, and for the open qualifiers and closed for showing us that these teams are ready to go at the international stage. I'm excited for game number 4. I got no predictions. All I want to know is that we're going to see another Hamoud versus Juki's 1v1 in terms of team fight. Are we going to see that once again in the end game? I don't know. But for everybody else, I mean, I'm feeling a bit bad for Nixa being at 12th overall. I hope they're able to have a better game. It would be great if they come out with a win just to shake things up. So let's get some chaos into the mix here. Let's get some chaos into the mix for the standings.
Yeah, what did you specifically call the engagement between Hamoud and Showstopper when he grabbed him? What did you say specifically? Do you remember that?
Oh, I said a little bit of flair? Oh,
I can't remember exactly what you said, but it
my
was just, it was perfect for what I was just about to say going into this game number 4, but dang it. Oh, never mind. Either way, it was pretty crazy. Yes, Hamoud making a statement, but Frosty here making a statement. And, well, for Showstopper, for the EVO squad, again, that just recently got picked up by the Indonesian organization, really just trying to again find something going as they were heading into this second seed. And well, after the standings, as we take a look at that, they find themselves in 3rd, but really neck to neck with the Juki squad. We thought that was going to happen. Pretty standard, but sorry about that quick little tease. We're going to go back to the Dream Space podcast, and we'll get you guys in that game number 4 soon. Or
Cashers will continue to hold the game until, chat, you tell us something that you did today or this week. What did you do and accomplish? I almost saw there was like a 1080 no scope. That would have been so sick if we had actually closed on that. That would have been my replay of the day, personally, production. But so far, I have been very impressed with the fact that we've had 3 different winners for all 3 games. I hope that's a trend that continues, because the less parity, mirroring there is at the top 2, the more fun the tournament's going to be overall. But we have seen the nice part so far has been the teams that we expected outside of Bob, outside of his team, which again, like, came out of the ranks. We expected Juki's and Hamoud to have success today, but you never know what you're going to get until you do the actual game. And it's been cool to see them find success early and set the stage for what could be a tense race down to the finish line at the end of this qualifier. But Ellen, I mean, so far, has there been, outside of Ixa, has there been a team that you expected more out of that has not come as prepared or has come a little bit shallow into the opening games?
For me right now, like I said, the biggest surprise, because I kind of expected to see Hamoud, Juki's, Evos kind of at the top. I would say that's doing, more than expected. The Aujos, team being in that 4th place spot, playing really well. We saw MJ doing a fantastic job repositioning, and they were just picking up a lot of eliminations at control. Yeah. I would say it's still, for me, it's still the Raven Esports squad. Like, where is Coonblood, right? Like, how much were we watching that qualifier? I mean, I think we even heard Hector say it on the pulse check. Like, he was frying. I think the last day of quals, and again, even looking at some of their stats in the qualifier, they were literally 2nd, 3rd seed, but 95.2, 78 in the B versus D group. And then A versus D, who had Hamoud, who had Crims, they had the highest point game in some of the harder lobbies. So for me, it's still the same team of Raven Esports, that Saudi squad that literally was just so impressive. I literally was like, okay, they might make it. Don't get me wrong, we're only about to enter game number 4. This right here, Spaceman, this is where you need to make a statement. If you are some of those teams that are on the bottom half of the ladder, and knowing top 2 teams make it, you are falling behind, because the threshold that is set right now is 69 kills, 100.4 in the point margin. And if you're Raven Esports, you're sitting at 15.6. It's not going to get any easier from here, and you don't want to play catch up, especially at map number 4, Spaceman. You got to set the bar early.
Ellen, you're absolutely right. I mean, and it's funny, we look back at the stats. Consistent. Yeah, like, the consistency is, like, again, we're not asking teams, nobody should be asking teams other than themselves to be coming out and saying we need to drop 20, 30 eliminations and win first every time. But there's a consistency factor that goes into just, if you're going to compete at the top level, you got to be consistent, right? So we've seen that from Juki's, we've seen that from Hamoud. For Coonblood, again, this is a squad that had the highest point of all the teams, has highest point game of all the teams in the group stage at 150.4. This is a team that likes to put the sniper in their IGL's hands. This is a team that does have a quiet but very consistent sub player. This is a team that runs their tip of the spear through an LC10 backline with Absol. Like, there is dynamics to this roster that there have been pro teams or pro rosters, Juki's, Hamoud, likely both, consistently in the close quals we saw in VOD, where they're running into Kunblood. They're running into this squad and losing.
Yep.
They're getting into moments where this team is capitalizing on opportune kills to keep the game in check. And this team's been quiet today. So yes, it's a credit to the competition. It's a credit to just the ebb and flow of the tournament. But Ellen, you're absolutely right. Like, that is a squad that has caused headaches for many teams. The amount of times, like last night, we're going through notes and we're writing, this team was on a really good run through zone 4. They're doing this, but then they ran into Kunblood. They ran into this. They ran into this player. They ran into this, and they got wiped. Where is that fabric of that story? Where is that reality now? Because Raven Esports have been quiet, and you're getting to this. You're halfway through the tournament. You're getting to the stage where it's not just you need placement. You need kills. You need to put something on the board, and they just haven't. So yeah, the team out of Group D that was most impressive really is quite quiet right now halfway through. So questions for sure going into Game 4.
That actually put a point in my head too that I kind of like heard some people obviously in the Warzone community talking about, like, you have a set POI if you're playing in your specific region. Let's just use Control as an example, right? If you're Kunblood, you're landing Control every single time. But then you enter, like, you know, obviously either regional finals like here today, or, you know, what happens if you do move on, you go against other regions where you have other hitting squads working your POI. Like, let's say Twisted Minds with Factory. Falcons with Stronghold. What do you do if you're a team where you have a set location, but then you know a better team might take it over? For Kunblood and Co., maybe that's what's happening. Like, they're not winning their initial contest at the POI where they're landing at Stronghold. Or, you know, again, if they're switching up their strategies or maybe needing to go to another POI, it's just that type of dynamic where there might be a better team that's outplaying you. And for this, I think especially Solds too, we always saw them getting picks around the map. So I just wonder if, like, whatever strategy that they're trying to initiate, it's just not working out because they're getting shut down either by better teams or just unfortunate situations.
Of all the days to have this be the case, it is unfortunate that it's tournament day, but we have 4 matches still to go. I swear I can do math. 5 matches if you count match 4. We have half the tournament to go. So a lot can change. A lot's up in the air. Yeah. But I don't want to put too much nonsensical caster pressure on it, but why not? It's fun. Game 4, in my opinion, is the deal. Like, if they don't at least strike within top 5, top 4 in Game 4, they're going to be so far out from everybody else that I don't know if they can make it up in the latter half. So, Ellen, yeah, I'm wondering when this team's going to show up. And the thing is, we know they're so good. We know they can. It's like we're waiting for the volcano to erupt. We're waiting for them to make their mark on the qualifier. And again, you only get 2 spots. So it's not just getting into top 4. It's not just fighting for placement. It's fighting for the tip of the podium of the placement. You only get 2 spots to get to August. This is quite a tall task. But if there's one team that can do it, it is them.
Yeah, most definitely. It's just crazy to think about. Only 21 teams overall will make it to the LAN final, but for each region, there's only a specific amount of spots. And if you are one of those players like Jukies, like Robstar, that, hey, you're close enough, you can make it work, you can go ahead and fly out to Saudi Arabia or compete. I think Jukies was in even Qatar once, just saw him go live from there. It's amazing, right? It just shows the dedication. It shows the passion that these players have. And yeah, it would be quite devastating for some of these teams to not make it here today, of course, as we're waiting for that map number 4. But kind of a reprieve, I guess, for the teams to get things together. Maybe talk about strategies. As what else have we been seeing? Even Proxys, the 13th place team. They have more teams than Nixa, and I think that was the team that got a couple of points deducted. So you think about that. Even with a penalty, the 13th squatted team, if they didn't have that penalty, they would be even over Raven Esports. Because it's only, a couple of points. So it's crazy to think about. I think we have game number 4, though, ready to go for you all. I think we'll be jumping in here momentarily. So, Spaceman, I'm excited. Wait, what was that?
Sorry, I got so excited to talk about a tactical timeout because I'm dork, but yeah, you got a free tactical timeout in this pause. Like, Ellen, like I agree with your point so much that I got excited. Like, they've had 2 minutes, 3 minutes to kind of sit and talk. So I yelled out Nixa because like this is when an IGL makes their money. This is when a coach makes their money. This is when having comms really matters. Like, you get a free pause in the middle of the bracket of the gameplay, I should say, excuse me. And this is when you start strategizing. This is when you start saying, all right, what's just not working? Like, now that we get a chance to really sit and break, what can we go over and fix for the rest of the tournament? And specifically the last night when I was watching Pros and Big D and Toomey, I was watching team I hope I'm saying correctly, Team Pros, or Proxy, excuse me, Team Proxy. I was watching them play, and one of the things that stood out specifically on Toomey's stream was that as soon as whether they won or lost the game, no matter what was happening, when they were done, immediately they were into VOD on Twitch and immediately going over it as a team, like every single time. So it's a little thing, but these are the moments where I expect that squad to also have been like, oh, we got a 3-minute break. Okay, let's immediately go back to VOD and watch what we did wrong. Like, that's going to be the separation between teams that can make adjustments and those that are just saying, you know what if we just hit more as a team? What if we just take more challenges? Like, there's got to be a little bit of strategy going in for some squads that are fighting for points.
Yeah, and that's such a good point, too. I mean, fighting for points, though, already off the break. It's Solds that goes down, and that was Business Cat. Of course, Business Cat, Watermelon taking down Funeral as well. And, well, we talk about winning your POY. That was a good win there and a good save from Business Cat, being able to save the self-revive, as you see. For this Aja squad, all 3 members have their self-revives, and, well, for that MND squad, that squad number 7, Mad Legend, they find themselves staying alive over control, over tents, but trouble in paradise right now. It is, of course, Mojo, Zonda. We've seen them winning this control POI. They are doing it yet again.
Raven Esports will come off deployment back into Industries very quickly. The only other players around was Team 9 and, of course, Juki's and company. And they have split part of Industries. So this is an opportunity for Raven Esports to put points on the board. It doesn't have to be a lot. You just need points. You need something to set the tempo. And what better way to do it than against maybe one of the best teams in the entire tournament so far, currently sitting 2nd overall. A couple of trades underneath, a bit of hectic, a bit of chaos, but for now, it evens out. It's Naven, Mad Legend, all yellow in the kill feed, all trading. There goes Hemo again. One squad wiped. It's squad number 5 out of the play. And with it, we continue on.
Well, over on the bioweapons side, you have to be careful because we know who likes to rotate on the outskirts of this. Yes, that's right. It's Kruger, Juki's, and Crims. Well, we've seen Kruger and Crims actually rotate out while Juki's stays on top of Chemical. And lo and behold, that's the strategy that these 2, in fact, do have. But Kruger, Troublesome in Paradise, does not win as 1. Prox takes him down, and while looking to get the second one, Crims goes down as well. Elimination well needed, but for the boys, they're not worried. You see number 1, Juki's over on the other side of Chemical, just staying alive, playing his life.
Do you want to make a quick correction? Squad 5 is still up. I lied to you. They're over at Factory Side, currently living outside of living quarters. And they have Team 4 stationed around Stronghold. They have 1 split, Team 4 that is. 1 out aggressively, that would be Hamoud's squad, as we've seen many times. A couple of shots that ring out. Nothing to clean up, but a lot of open space to work with, especially over towards Factory. Kruger on your screen, one of the standouts of the trio. This is maybe many players, I should say, fans' favorites to walk away with at least a qualifying spot for August. We'll see if they can do it today.
Man, that was pretty crazy from the number 9 squad to push them, by the way. We're talking about teams on the lower half of the score, obviously needing to get into contention. They have to play more aggressive. For Proxrose, they're doing just the same. For Auja, well, sitting in 4th place, they just need to make sure they win their eliminations and stay alive for that late game. But playing together as a crew, you're going to see they're going to catch members of this Ravens esports squad, and Abo needing to back up, get some help. You can see teammates crossing the street over here at the Industries. It's chaos, but yet again, Souls trying to stay alive. I believe he's able to take one down, but spoiler alert, yet again, it's number 1, it's number 9. We have Crims and Toomey, Proxrose. This engagement has been happening, I feel like, for the last 10 minutes. Back and forth we go to Bio, to Chem. Now, Crims gonna figure out with Kruger how to go ahead and win this engagement. We have a 2v2 here over at the Bio. High ground, it's Proxrose needing and looking to stop the push.
Last thing you want to do is take off high ground a little too early and get caught rotating down. You got zone to your back. You got Krems with an idea. Avoids the blast. Does get a plate back, but not enough. He can't really take a challenge up close. He will get stripped and dealt. Toomey on your screen.
Well, Ado goes in from the bottom there. Gets tagged up there. Kruger on the outside forces an engagement to be backed down, but Toomey, the reposition, takes down Kruger, and Adele on the other side takes down Crims. So Jukies has got to be alive somewhere. There he is, taking down Joel's, but nonetheless, always over by the chemical engineering side. Jukies is anchoring for Crims and Kruger. Crims and Kruger, they have to be quite frustrated right now, not being able to take down the squad number 9 for Proxrose, though. They are literally farming them right now. They need to get as many points as possible, as they, again, are in 13th place. But Jukies, Crims & Co. still staying alive with a dream, and also Ravens at the industry side. Solds stayed alive long enough for them to fully kind of get recovered here. So for these teams, they need to just find some type of recovery. It's definitely hard to do so in this lobby.
Oh, you can see Jukies even just a moment ago kind of thinking out loud, do I just push this because I can't line up the shot? Is it worth it? I don't think it is. When you don't have to relinquish your spot, there's no need to concede the high ground. Circle beginning to close, a minute 17 before zone 2 locks in. And underneath, getting dangerous, Kappa on your screen, working with BKS. As we've seen before, BKS will take the challenge if needed. Bob, the game winner of game number 2, able to take advantage of the moment and the chaos. Picks up one quickly. It's KHD. Will continue to fly around in 59 seconds till zone 2 locks in.
KHD, and this, if you all remember, this was our map 2 winners, looking to find something going here. As well, even though they were able to take a map and get in that multiplier, they are still in 5th place, so needing to pick up more eliminations, trying to do so here by the prison side. It's a great POI to do so. I mean, you have 3 different levels, plus you have the showers down at the bottom. You can get in and out of these engagements really fast for cover, and, well, maybe trying to utilize the water for cover. It's Mojo, and there Coonblood is. Another down, 5 to his name, but that's the aggressive gameplay that we want to see from the Ravens esports squad. That's literally how they were playing qualifiers. So back over to the showers we go. It is our Israeli team looking to pick up some eliminations and cycling through. Well, we're going back over to the factory side, actually.
31 players up. 11 teams. Potentially 10 after this engagement. Adele drops. First pick onto team number 9. Kappa gets caught quickly. Amazing response. Zesty actually was able to get out of water, was getting tagged by Jukies. Avoids that, comes back around, back into the swing of things. Deal with the smoke for now. Again, water side, we've seen this many, many times where in the chemical plant, it's just about the angles sometimes, man.
Really is. These angles, these windows, it could be quite devastating. And I mean, for Nixa, I mean, they can get frustrated. They might grab the pen. I don't know. It's definitely annoying when you think you have a POI covered, or if you have an angle covered and you don't, you just might get picked or sniped from somewhere else. But speaking of pick, and we're going in the water, finding Nemo. No, we're finding Adele. Jukies takes that one down. And, well, you know, in the water, you can't necessarily use your weapon, but you can use a pistol. And control side, still chaos over there. Mojo still finds some stuff alive and takes down Naven. And, man, for all 3 of those squads there, Spaceman, over at control, it's still the same teams fighting. Nixa still not really getting anything going.
And if you're Jukies and company, you're happy to play these fights on the outside. You're happy to sit back and third party this all the way down to the final zone. Like, they are in such a great spot. You can tell that Jukies is the furthest one out. Kruger's going to try to work inside. He's going to work with Krems. This is what they do so often. They let Jukies keep the high ground, and then Krems and Kruger will move down and take the 2 fight. They get flanked. They get flanked on the stairs. They both get dropped. Jukies is the only one up now. Jukies tries to come in for cleanup. Jukies low will get the knock and the wipe. All right. I like what I'm seeing, and that's where having an anchor that can be mobile pays dividends, and when a veteran knows when it's time to collapse.
Such a smart player, Juki's time and time again. Like, how does he keep clutching these moments? It doesn't even matter. In the gas, out of the gas. Just patience pays off. Able to clutch that up. And, of course, the redeploy timer gets his teammates back in. So, for D7 needing to, well, figure it out here as the respawn is closed, Juki's clutched that up just in time to get his teammates back in. So, that was huge. And, well, for 3ZAM, trying to keep it alive, KHD does get brought back in, I think, just accidentally. We've seen that happen before. Breaks the legs, parachute doesn't go out, maybe got sniped out of the sky. I don't know what happened, but D7 still alive. And Mad Legend, though, gets that squad wipe onto Bob, or 3W. The map, 2 winners are out of here.
Yeah, I mean, that's a tough way to land for sure. But yeah, those are the moments where if you're Bob or if you're Team 7, excuse me, you're like, okay, we got 2 down. We push this no matter what. I don't care if we're getting shot at. I don't care if we're being third-partied. We need to secure a squad to limit the amount of opportunities we give to be taken out as we play for the end game. Juki's with 9 kills in this one. 10 downs, 3,400 damage, closing in on 35. Krems is out of the play. Keep that in mind. Resurgence still open for now.
Man, that was still huge, though, for Juki's. I mean, obviously to stay alive, but we're talking about the multiplayer now. We are sitting at the 1.4 multiplier. So here's your 5 teams that are at least 2nd through 5th into that range. But for the lobby leaders, we're looking at Team 1 and Team 4 in the seeding. Hamoud is still alive as well. But here at Control, an opportunity for MND to get something going as, well, Naven, D7 on the low ground is going to wait patiently as, well, members of this R7 squad in the high ground positioning from Mad Legend to wrap around from the stairs. Gets knocked. Kappa with a huge save, and Naven for the cleanup. But what was that? BKS gets a res off, Spaceman, and is able to take down Naven. Oh no! And for the save too as well. If you're number 7, if you're D7, you gotta get out of there because the gas is going, buddy. What are you gonna do? 2 members on you now, and you're the last alive, and only 2 plates to work with.
Oh yeah, 1v2 it. 1v2 it gets the angle. The slide takes down 1. It's possible. Takes down BKS, the most aggressive member. Now all of a sudden, things get a little dicey. D7-0, thinking twice, thinking about the collapse, has an angle, has the read, has the kill. The Krieg is great. All of a sudden, everything's starting to turn up just a little bit for the boys in yellow. It's Squad 7 staying alive down to the end of the final zone. 4 teams are up. The revive trying to come in just in time, but so does on the other end. A pick onto Frosty. Penguin. Here goes a stun. He gets his teammate up. Hamoud's back into the play.
But that's Juki's there. I think, okay, yeah. No, was that a streak? Might have potentially went down. Hamoud, though, is down. And, of course, on the last 4 teams here fighting on top prison, that is Shadow now able, the 14th squad. This is the Israeli Shadow getting 2. Penguin gets knocked on Crimson. Well, that Squad 7 wiped. 3 squads remain. And look it out of the gas. I think Notorious was able to get a resin, but you see the long wrap going around, Spaceman. It's just chaos right now, rotating into Control side.
Frosty took out the anchor. Juki's is out. Kruger's down 2. So does he. Picks up Kruger. Oh man, they took out the weak spot and they take out the rest. There goes Juki's squad. All of a sudden, Frosty comes out from the depths of taking the fight, gets cracked back and slaps immediately onto Juki's. This is an insane recovery in the last zone. Only 1 team up left to fight over. It's squad number 14 working through the back of the gas, trying to close out this game number 4. A 1.6 multiplier. Hamoud will die just for the extra points, but in the end, this was a resurgent win from Squad 14. A total of 1.6 multiplier and the kills to boot against the number 1 squad in the lobby, the number 2 squads as well. Man, what a finish.
That was an insane game. I will tell you what, chat, because listen, for those teams that needed points, we saw a lot of teams spice things up. Saw Zex winning, SFS winning this game number 4. I'm curious to see, of course, in the standings, how many points that they had, but it's the full team from Israel. It's Frosty, it's Shadow, and it's Saad Zex with an amazing lineup, of course, with the HDR. I mean, whether he's sniping, whether he's using a Krieg, that LC10, you've just seen them right there in the end, clutch. A 1.6 multiplier, and of course, we'll tally up those points and see how that shakes up the board.
I mean, I don't think I expected the anchor to loot to fall first. Once Jukies is down, then they put pressure on Kruger. Kruger fall. Like the sequence of events was as chaotic as I think we wanted Resurgence to be today, and this is kind of what I expected of, like, there's going to be a big push by a young team to kind of take reins of a game, and this is exactly what we get. I mean, look, there was a parallel fight between Hamoud squad and Frosty for a while. Then Jukies is playing on the outside. Frosty gets cracked a couple of times, then immediately swings back on, takes the route against Jukies, wins that. The team positions appropriately. Then they start rallying this win. It's just like Team 7 falls, then Team 14 gets on top. It's just these sequencing of events. Just that's why Warzone's great. It's just because sometimes things just start collapsing and breaking, and you never know who's going to come out on top. But that is really good patience. And again, communication, I'm sure, was to a T perfect on their side, and it had to be. And good for Hamoud also playing far back in zone, making sure that no matter what happens, 4 players up, no matter what happens, we get the multiplier. That's it. That's all we care about. And again, Hamoud still finding a way to get within top 2, Ellen. They are continuing to solidify themselves in that number 1 spot. So I'm curious to see what the Saints will look like after the break.
Oh yeah, most definitely. I mean, and of course, Hamoud going out and to knee deep. He was already in the Sky too as well. I think there was a resurrection that came through from Penguin, but to float up top and just play that multiplier, play for the 2nd place, and then fly out to not give them the elimination. You don't want to give any points away. That was just big brain plays, but of course, still being alive in the 2nd place spot might secure them to stay up top. But we'll find out more, of course, everyone, after this break. We're going to be coming at you with map number 5 and more of the Esports World Cup qualifiers for the MENA region. We'll be right back. Hello and welcome back to the Esports World Cup online qualifiers as we're heading into the MENA region. 2 teams will only make it out here today, and well, we just finished map number 4, and I think every single map that we've played, we've seen a different winner, but consistency is key. And well, taking a look at the standings beforehand, it was Hamoud's squad that was up on top, but our most recent winners, Spaceman, that we've seen in the overall ranking. I mean, talk to me about what you see at some of these standings. Biggest surprises. I mean, still, it is Hamoud on top, of course.
Yeah, look, the placement at the end gives you just a little bit. There wasn't a lot of eliminations there for them, so they don't really explode through first place, but they do maintain it, which is important. That's consistency. You're absolutely right, Ellen. Jukies, Kruger, and Krems, we saw them lose the fight to Frosty. It was Frosty who took the initial. They're sitting in second place at 61 total kills, 87.8 because of placement. MND will creep up to third, dropping Evos down to fourth. SFS now moves into top 5 because of the win in game 4. And then TBCR, which had a really, really good finish at the end of game number 3, continues to stay within striking distance of podium, and everything else kind of dispels from there. So again, we were wondering going into game number 4, Ellen, about the fact that Raven Esports had yet to really show up. We were waiting for them to sort of make their move. They do eventually get some kills on the board, but it is clearly, at least halfway through this tournament, not enough to break into top 6. And that's scary because this is a team that expected to be within top 3, within top 4 conversation, both personally and professionally. You and I expect this team to be a problem for a lot of top teams, including Jukies, and they have yet to really show up today, and that's credit to the competition, sure, but it's also a notable entry into the running discussion about MENA's got a lot of competition now, and it's not just a free ticket into EWC. It's not a free ticket to August. You have to fight for your spot, and that's what we're seeing Hamoud do and SFS do. They're fighting for their spots down to the wire, and nothing's guaranteed.
It's crazy to me too, because literally just last night we saw that SFS, I don't even think was even in the tournament, like kind of just tallying up some points. It was literally a 4-point difference that could have been this game number 4 winner. This team could have potentially may not even be here. Now finding themselves in the 5th place spot, only 3 spots away of potentially making it to one of the biggest stages in the world here in the summer in Riyadh. It's just amazing. Great stuff, of course, from Team Saad Zex to win that game number 4. And hey, that was a team that definitely needed it in the overall standings, because yeah, I think Raven Esports moved up like 1 spot. Onyx moved up a little bit. But do you know what team, Spaceman, I was really, really impressed with? And that last one was Proxos. They were contesting and fighting Jukies and Co. For the longest at the bio and chem side, right? We saw Proxos just getting super aggressive going in. And for those teams that are on the bottom half, we are going into game number 5 now. You are going to have to at least drop like a 20 plus banger game and maybe a top 5 win to even think about making it here to even get into that top 2 spot.
Yep, Alan, you're absolutely right, because now becomes the part of the tournament where the math kicks in. Like, you need to shoot more than you have, and you need to place higher than you are. And this is a very difficult spot to be in for some teams, because it's not just about getting into what normally is top 6 for money. Now it's, you have to fight against Jukies and Hamoud and SFS and potentially 3WWW, which is Bob's squad, for top 2. Like, you have to outplay your best performances so far today, and then do that every single game. So we only have 4 games left to go, games 5, 6, 7, and 8. And I'm sure there's going to be opportunities for chaos and opportunities for upsets and for unpredictability, sure. But if I'm a normal man with bets on the line, as anybody might be, I mean, I'm continuing to put money in the bank for Hamoud and for Jukies. I mean, Hamoud's proven that they can make that team can make endgame 4 out of 5 times, or 4 out of 4 times, excuse me. So like, this is a squad that, and now you have SFS playing with house money. They got nothing to lose. Like, we were actually talking the other day about this. We're like, oh, they sneak in. I kind of got like nothing to lose. So watch them kind of just like do stuff. Like, this is just, these are the moments where these kinds of storylines creep up. So yeah, if I'm Nixa, if I'm Ravens Esports, I'm panicking a little bit. You got nothing to lose now, right? Like, Alan, you're absolutely right. Just full send it. You have nothing. You need points. You need points to win. So.
If you were a spectator of the Esports World Cup last year, I'm kind of having like, or just any type of like match point format, right? Yeah. If there is a team, and of course for the Esports World Cup for finals, right? For that last chance opportunity, right? You have that match point format. If you are a team that you know that there's like a team, let's say Juki's team at Chem, they're about to win. Do you land in full send it and make sure they don't win to potentially swing another game? Or do you just leave them alone because you're too scared to push them because you don't want to go down right away?
What's the inherent risk of pushing them immediately? Outside of what we know. Like this is less also for like chat. Go ahead, feel free to jump in. Outside of the rhetorical, like what is the inherent risk at this point of the tournament? Like game 1, 2, and 3, yeah, you probably don't do that. If it's game 5, 6, and 7 when you're in a tight race for top 2, you probably don't do that. But right now, you're not in either extreme. You're right in the middle of, oh God, we're playing mediocre today.
Go for it. Exactly.
At best, you ruin their day. At worst, you're back where you started. So
no, for sure.
What do you got to lose, man? Come on.
That's why it was such a shock. And if you remember seeing this last year, Spaceman, I don't know if it was World Series of Warzone or if it probably both. I mean, it was both, but just in general, the Falcons squad, Soka, Shifty, Biffle, no matter the map, no matter the format, I just don't know why nobody pushed them, okay, at Popov. Why didn't anybody push them when they're in match point? You gotta be aggressive. You gotta be confident. But I will tell you what, in this region, in the MENA region, the Middle East and North Africa region, these teams have been shining over the last couple of years. And, hey, finding some competition pretty heavy. It's the Israeli team, the game number 4 winners that we're going to be hopping on board with. It's Frosty.
This is the player that really just stood out after those last couple engagements in zone number 5. At the end of game 4, propelled his team to a victory for SFS. Took out the likes of Juki's. Drop the anchor, you drop the house.
Drop house indeed. Well, on the scaffolding, that was an engagement that was definitely well needed. Frosty taking down KHD, but Bob over inside with a far. That gun is definitely a fast-paced, fast-action gun, and while the C9 even too being a sub, it was quite the meta weapon before the LC10, but you might see some of these squads using, a C9, the LC10, which of course is meta weapon. We've been seeing the Krieg here all day today, but for these squads at the prison side, this is an opportunity to just continuously pick up a lot of eliminations. But if you're Shadow, you cannot go down. If you're Bob, you cannot go down. But at least KHD does get resurrected back in. Bob, good job staying alive.
You a Krieg drum barrel enjoyer, Ellen? You a fan of the Krieg drum barrel?
I like having a dot sight, to be honest.
Okay, yeah, I'm with you on that. Like there are sites that kind of get away with it. Yeah, I don't know if the Krieg is the one. To be honest with you, I know the pros know better. Yeah, I know, but I'm old and I can't see. So.
You just got I was gonna say you have to hit your shots. That's the point.
I can hit the shots, so that's fair. I do want the red sight. I also want an LMG in the hands of Shadow. Moments like this, line it up. No, can't do it. That's okay. Gets caught. Frosty for 1. Frosty for 2. On to Bob. There goes Bob. Only one more alive. Can they hunt them down? That's the question.
Well, aggressive is definitely something that they need to do, but for SFS, who bumped their way up to 5th place, Frosty, credits to Frosty, of course, being able to win a lot of ones, but close and personal with the C9 takes down yet another member of Bob. And for these two teams being, well, definitely needing to make it into that top spot, they're just continuously just picking up as many kills as possible on each other, but really it's just the two of them fighting over there. But over here at the factory side, this is a POI, of course, somewhat similar to prison, definitely a hot spot, but you have multiple layers where, again, you can get in and out of dodge, but you have to worry about the regain boat on the other side, and of course chemical rotations. just like we saw those spacemen, Hamoud constantly winning over at the Stronghold side. This is credits to them because they've not only been winning this POI, winning their engagements. That's only one down though. Still 2 alive for Hamoud and co, working over here at the tower side. But for Stronghold, they've been definitely picking up a lot of their eliminations around this spot. And even winning that game number 3, it ended here. So curious for Hamoud and co. Luke squad, how they're gonna fight Primrose and co. Down below. Gotta get position.
You know, Ellen, you talk sometimes about calling priority onto a team like Jugi's. If you have the hot drop, go for it. This is the kind of moment where if I have a clean pick onto Hamoud and company, if I think I have the angle, I'm sending it. Why? It's game 5 and they're currently in first. Like, you absolutely, if you have a chance to put these guys down in the dirt, you pick up Penguin for the 2nd time in a row, Adele up top. This is now the moment. This is the moment to make something happen. Inside, picks the wrong angle, does get cleaned up quickly. Nitrous will take out Adele with the help of Hamoud. The knock is in, the cleanup there. Naven working on squad number 6. Still, though, 2 players remain up top.
And that was smart, too. I mean, I don't even think Prox would even got out of that with, of course, Nitro on the Notorious, excuse me, on the 2nd level here. But Hamoud, I think, repositions, gets out of there, leaves him by himself in a 1v2. But Hamoud, with the reposition, is able to take down Prox on the other side. So Toomey, last alive here, tried to get the res onto Prox and, well, kind of scared to go down low, figuring out how to reposition and get the resurrect on the other side. Adele trying to land back in. And yet again, for these 2 teams, they're the only 2 teams fighting over at Stronghold. So kind of just picking up eliminations. We'll see who wins that engagement next. But Shadow jumping off top prison side to push the Bob squad. They are still fighting each other, Spaceman. But they have to be careful because that zone's closing on circle number 2 in about 40 seconds, and you can see that Auja squad rotating in from control. A lot of teams fighting for this high ground.
Frosty's been on a heater. He's got 9 in a row in this game. If a chance, I'd love to be able to go back to him as Kruger working through the water. Cap on your screen. Concerned quite a bit about the living quarters. Can't blame him. Rent's too high these days. I feel your pain. Continue moving. Zone 2 locking in 13 seconds till that becomes a reality. Again, still a couple of squads up. Nice overview. Shout out production. And we still keep this fight over at Stronghold. I mean, this is a consistent, committed team fight between 2 very staunchly aggressive squads. They clearly have it out for each other.
For sure.
Oh my god, where are you going?
All right. Don't know about that one.
He's in the water. He's dead.
Yeah, these guys too, I mean, they have some resources, have economy, they have like plates. I mean, Adele, good luck. Not sure if you take the shot there, but okay, go for it. Get Hamoud. 1 down, play it safe. Notorious still. The thing for Adele, though, not having a loadout weapon is going to be devastating. So just kind of playing patiently, maybe waiting for your team to come help. But if you're this squad here, knowing that there's a loadout on the other side, you got to be careful because Notorious with a Krieg is going to beam you. Takes down Prox. And, well, there's a trade there from Toomey, but Toomey's not able to get up on the zip line. Penguin hears the information, of course, of Penguin just... Adele trying to play spoiler right there. That was pretty crazy, but a quick flank, not successful for this squad. You're going to see number 9. They're going to have to back on down.
Oh, hit him. Do it again. We're going band for band. Why not? Onto the loadout drop. Got to hit these shots, man. You hit it with a sniper when he's falling down, but getting him stationary with the AR. What are we doing? Up top again. Team 4 versus Team 9. Hamoud was the squad to jump into top 2 every single game. Playing for placement has the points, first place overall. Team number 9, though, giving a run for the money. What is happening? I love the fact that we're just going wall-to-wall gunfights for this. Work around the loadout drop.
Crazy too, Spaceman. 13 teams left, and Circle 3 is about to close. Teams seem like they're fighting, and they're alive, like, way longer in this game.
Yeah, they don't care.
They don't care, no. But the thing is, though, they're staying alive. So we're more aggressive. We're staying alive. Maybe not for Prox right now, but last alive, Adele, how are you going to get out? These teams have been challenging each other, but the zone is coming in. So Penguin and co., Gonna see if they could maybe catch Adele rotating in, but Adele throwing those smokes, needing to get ahead. Loadout, who cares about it now? We just need to get the redeploy. We need to stay alive. Let's go ahead and swim in the water and then rotate over to the factory side. But hey, staying alive, Adele, you did a great job. Yeah. We'll see you soon. We'll see you later. Now we're hopping on board with the Evo squad, who seem to have lost Robstar, but of course the game has already started, not needing to get a reset. We'll see if that squad can 2v3 it throughout their way. And on the prison side, you got 5, you got 14. Our game winners of map number 4, the Israel squad, Frosty and Co. in a 3v3 fight over here on the prison side.
Hey, you know what, Ellen? So many times it's about, for smart players, knowing when to disengage, and that's one of those instances for team number 9. Just get out of dodge, take a little shotsy swim, and go ahead and reposition for the end of the zone. Oh, no, wait a minute. Team 4 still around, and you have Jukies and company in close proximity. Laying down. It's Proxy, waiting, understanding that he is pinched by 1, if not 2 different teams. And it just happens to be the top 2 teams in the lobby. Could he play spoiler? Oh, you'd love for it to happen. Zesty gets caught.
Who is this? Why are you rotating back? If you already got away and you know, I mean, I'm just wondering if they came maybe across Jukies and Co. But knowing that you don't have any resources, curious why they rotated back. But heading over to the other boat side, over by the control side, Mad Legend, D7, and Naven, who really did a fantastic job that game number 2, fighting against tense living quarters, kind of seeing them reposition on the, the western side. They're really doing a fantastic job staying alive, but finally, okay, Cool Blood, 6 eliminations for Abo as well. This is a team, again, dropped the most amount of points, really not getting anything going here today, but with this being number 5, having 12 eliminations that we know of, at least to start, still 10 teams left, that's pretty good for the Ravens squad, Spaceman. Maybe they can do some damage here today. But this team has definitely been doing so. Proxo's still alive. I don't know how.
For now, hold our breath. Robstar has 1 player up. This is the last make it 2. Okay, so they just came back. All right, so I was watching our long view of the overview of the mini-map, and I was like, wow, this is going to be another 1v something situation if they can pull it off. But they'll get a second one up. Team 12 will move to dockside. It's going to be Hamoud still sitting outside of living quarters at the back edge of the zone, so they will gatekeep for as long as possible. Nothing too unordinary there. Juki's playing out closer to his teammates around Team 9. Again, that was before, as we know, Team Proxy. So this will be a cluster of a final zone. Oh, the shot went up in the smoke. That's disgusting.
Nice.
Sodas with a massive pickup.
Sodex 2 also has a cluster strike to work with, so if they have some trouble rotating down, they have a streak to work with. And while having some trouble, it's Kruger, Juki's trying to get out of Grandma's, and Shadow and Frosty doing a great job at anchoring this down. But of course, Sodex with that sniper in hand, getting a couple of picks onto the M and D squad. Mad Legend, you gotta be careful on this rotation, because you know there's a lot of teams left. You at least know you have the dockside in control, and Zonda, see ya later, gets wiped over by the Shack rotating into the control side. But still, it's Hamoud's team coming out of Stronghold. They are still alive. That is our first place team right now.
And Ellen, quick update, Raven Esports are currently still up. They're fighting over prison. They got Team 14 in front of them, but this is one of the first times for Quinn Blood that we have been waiting to see if this team can make plays. I haven't seen their name too often in the kill feed. Now we start to see a little bit against Kappa, but they got to put points on the board and they need placement to start to make the comeback in this tournament. This is the time for them to start to pounce on others.
We are about to enter the 1.2 multiplier, top 7 left. Which team right now, currently, of course, is going to stay alive? But as we get a nice, beautiful overhead view of this circle zone, it looks like it's going to end right in the middle of the street, in between prison and the living quarters side. So I think that was the cluster strike from the Sodex side. And Notorious goes down too as well. I believe in the gas and showstopper. Oh my gosh, it's chaos right now. But Nathan making a long gas play, utilizes the stim to go faster, get a little health boost, and quickly makes the wrap. He's got to be careful though, maybe make a sneaky play and get a res in there. But Spaceman, top, side, Sodex, and Co. still have the high ground.
Robstar, Jawad, and Showstopper are out. They've been eliminated. Penguin, next one to follow. That team's still up. Hamoud still in the play. Bombardment won't connect for much, but it will zone onto BKS, the only one alive for his team. Picking up on the third party where we got before, one more wipe. Again, it's Frosty with 11 in the round. He's been on a heater since the end of game 4. Sniper in the hands of Sodex. What can he do? Bombardment's going to at least zone for now. Squad 14 on your screen. They took home the victory in game 4. That's SFS with the high ground, but underneath it's BKS, the most aggressive player on the team for team number 5. He could make absolute magic happen. But here's the rotation. Gets one out on the high ground. That's a ridiculous fight to take up top. Kruger with a ridiculous shot. BKS gets cleaned up by Krems, and all of a sudden, Juki's back into the play.
Oh, and what a save that was. Juki's with the streak, takes down Shadow. Krems also with the knock, so that's the finish. Frosty last alive, trying to get out of dodge, of course, so he doesn't feed the elimination, but this looks like possibly a double win for Team Juki's. Krems, and of course, the one and only Kruger. This is looking pretty devastating, though. But for Frosty trying to stay alive, I mean, what do you do, right? Maybe you can try to get a res, but you can't do nothing. Maybe try to see if they go down, but no, that's it. Curious to see how many eliminations they had, but it looked like quite a bit. Of course, Juki's and Co. winning for the second time here today. That's definitely going to put them up in the standings.
If we're going to have a health off, and placement kicks in, like, yeah, if you got 3v2, you're gonna win that one. So the only hope there, Ellen, is like find a gas match somewhere or like extra stims. It's not gonna really matter. It's not gonna come down to that.
Yeah.
And the first team to double up here for Juki's is not only important. One, they take game 1, they kind of set the tone for today, but 2, in the thick of it, they understand how the placement's gone for Hamoud and company. They understand that they have been pushed to the limit for some of these teams in the race through the middle of this qualifier, and to take a second victory to reposition themselves likely back into first place, shutting down a growing threat in SFS, a massive resurgence from Frosty with 11 kills in the round. Like, Frosty was on a heater completely through that game. That team is taking over. They're starting to feel confident. For Juki's to come back and reestablish a little bit of cadence, to be like, nope, this is our map and we're going to take it. That I don't know what that does to SFS. I don't know what that does to their mental, but they're like, we were so close to going back to back and they just got wiped.
You know what's crazy? Earlier, we were talking about those off angles and watching everything that went down right there, right? At the end, in the final game moments, and of course, if we had a replay package, I would just literally be walking you all through this, because the person that was key right there on that opening pick was Kruger. And then Juki's saving his utility. Krims, of course, got a knock. Every single one of them got, I think, a knock right there. But the follow-up with the streaks, so smart. We talked about them being able to pick up eliminations, but sometimes their communication late game, they had trouble closing these games out. Juki's and Co., they cleaned it up. They looked great, and you got to credits to their communication and those opening picks. Of course, Kruger on the off angle, they were down below at grandma's in the house. Depending on how you're going to work that with the gas coming out, whether you go outside the zone with the gas mask, try to get a snipe or get a pick up top, it's really hard to rotate from prison when you have a team up there. And for Sodex, we saw Sodex getting those snipes on the MND, right? Over at Control. Prison, you have a lot of rain on the map to lock it down, and that's exactly what they were doing. So for SFS, though, Spaceman, even though they didn't win the game, you find yourself in second now after being on the bottom, and you picked up a lot of eliminations to potentially maybe even be in third, because Robstar's squad obviously didn't have a good game. So
yeah, that's the silver lining. I mean, you're right. Like, that is the silver lining for them. Like, it's worst case scenario, they get second, so they get placement. Great. That's the positive for SFS. I know they would have loved first to double up on points and to take advantage of the spree that Frosty was going on with a win would have been the icing on the cake. they still do get second. But again, like this is, when we eventually get to our leaderboards, I'm very curious how it'll look with Hamoud and Juki again vying for 1 and 2, because SFS just had a very strong middle game, and like they're having their peak at the right time. They're having it when teams are needing to get more aggressive and when teams are starting to get pulled and pushed out of top 6, out of top 4. So SFS, curious where they're going to be at, but for Juki's, I think that was a very necessary win for them to stay relatively in the top 2 and to solidify themselves going into the final 3 games.
Final 3 games, which originally was going to be 6. We would have had 1, but no, we have 3. 8 games total here today, 5 down and 3 to go. So chat, we'll be back right after this break, and we're going to be starting game number 6 to see who will those top 2 squads be for the Esports World Cup finals. everyone, and welcome back to the Call of Duty Esports World Cup for Warzone, but for specifically for Resurgence on Rebirth here, as we saw some teams battling it out here today. And well, we just saw a team win twice. It was Jukies, it was Crims, and it was Kruger with some clutch ups. But take a look at the standings. Even though we had a team win twice, Spaceman, that only leaves them in the 4th place spot. Hamoud is too strong, 92 eliminations, and look at that. SFS picks up the eliminations and sits at 2nd place right now. Are we serious?
Yeah, I think what that means, Ellen, is that for those at home who are doing the math, well, they have 2 wins. How is that possible? They're not getting enough kills. That's it. The multiplier only multiplies when there's things to multiply it against, right? So they are not getting enough to make up the distance, which means, again, that the fact that Team Hamoud has made it to top 2 4 consecutive games in a row to begin this tournament and found a win in it and has been putting up kills. Consistency matters. It reigns supreme, and that's all you have to do is stay consistent, and that's why this team continues to be in first, even when losing to a team that's gotten back-to-back wins. Like, they have just been able to squeak by and stay ahead of the curve. And I think really the decision to take that fight towards Stronghold a lot of last game was not just about getting kills on the board to kind of feed that and farm that, but also we're limiting the exposure we give to the rest of the map so we can kind of direct our own destiny here. I think that's a really smart mid-game play from Hamoud and company, and now they're just basically having to stay consistent and do what they've been doing all day.
Stay consistent and do what they have been doing. And right, obviously there's 3 games left for some of these teams. They have to be able to pick up a lot of eliminations, and I think we already have a squad wipe. I believe that was squad number 11 on your screen. So here's Zesty, Nixa trying to pick up some type of eliminations. This team really just going into this with the 8th seed. And something that I learned about the 14th seed, by the way, the team that we see roaming outside of prison, Sodex, 120 ping, 110 ping. They are doing this and put themselves in 2nd place, by the way, with obviously having a disadvantage on some of these servers, which you all know, COD community, that is hard to do, especially when you're trying to hit some of these shots.
Yeah, it ain't easy, right? It ain't easy at all. Knowing that at times you're going against not only yourself, but server side. More power to you for SFS. Jugi's able to take out Frosty again, so there goes what was the rising stars of SFS in Game 4 and 5. Remember, Team 4 on your minimap is currently over at Stronghold. That's Hamoud, your 1st place team. They had gone back to Stronghold uncontested as of now, but they've clearly taken interest in the POI and said, we are going to stay here, and if you want to come challenge us, you know exactly where to find us.
Indeed, and I mean, time and time again too, Mojo and his squad, 3 friends, as you know. Mojo did compete last year on the Onyx, I believe is the Onyx Raven squad with Ninus and LX, and did not make it to that day number 4, did not even make it to top 14. So here in these qualifiers, trying to just again make some noise, be able to come back yet again, kind of obviously find themselves a little bit on the back foot, but still being you know, a team again, 10th place, you got nothing to lose. Control is usually a noisy POI, but here they've only been fighting that MND team. That is the 3rd place team that has been picking up a lot of eliminations as well. So we'll see how they'll keep faring, as again here in prison it's just chaos, and Watermelon picking up AM right there. KD's gonna have to back on down.
Team 3, player 3 specifically, the only one up. There goes the rest of the team. Okay, so there's a teammate to help out. A little worried for a moment that we were going to be seeing another quick wipe from one of our top squads, but that will not be the case. That is, again, Kunblood, who will take out Krems for now. So number 3 seed taking on the number 1 seed back and forth. Full strength for Kunblood's squad. For Juki's and company, they're split between Industries and Chemical. And right now, they will still be holding on to 2 members. So we'll see if they can keep pressure off. Getting challenged right now by team number 9, who's taking a 2v2 inside Industries. Jugi's able to pick up 1, so there you go, seeing the kill feed now. But again, this is where teams not only calling their opening POIs, but as they start to get pushed, as the top teams start to get contested for some of these POIs, these are the kills that just absolutely have to land. Like, they did not only just for the sanctity of the game itself for their run, but like, these are the freebies you're going to get. They will just never come again, that you need to make sure you put on the board.
Yeah, and it seems like for a lot of these engagements too, especially for some of these circle endings, we've been fighting more like on like prison, stronghold, chem side. Like I wanna see like a little bit more of like factory in the mix, right? Like, you know, I think we saw kind of like one factory ending, but like bio, like kind of like the other side of the map. You know, a little bit on the outskirts by the water, but nonetheless, still at the living quarters side. It's still just the same Hamoud and co. We're going to see Robstar, Showstopper, that Evo squad try to maybe push them and play spoiler alert, because this is a team we thought would be in the top 2 spot, but obviously they've been having some trouble. And for Robstar too, playing with the Italian Stallions, Blade, and Vortex last year, they placed poorly, right? 17th. Now you got a new squad. You have Jawad, you have Showstopper, who's from Lebanon, and I really would like to see them maybe make some noise. They still have 3 maps to do it, and same with this squad, right? BKS, we've seen them kind of surprise us in these crazy engagements here at Industries specifically, but it's staying alive that it's going to be key, and of course getting into that multiplier.
Multiplier really kicks in when you got kills to boot, and when you can help out in that department, makes life a lot easier. As Kappa will again take out Krems. That's the second time Krems has run into trouble, at least in the eyes of Moi in the kill feed alone. Resurgence stays up for now, closes around zone 4. Kappa with a great shot around 1 when blood will fall. Plenty of opportunities around the buy station. Sniper in the hands of 1. Frosty it is.
Okay. Well, you know,
You see him?
this is, yeah, I think I saw him there, maybe got a little bit of information, but BKS almost getting him down. Kappa, though, gets pushed in from the Raven squad, and that's Abo Asala. They have 5 eliminations to name, and gonna try to pick up another one here, as they know, Ravens knows we have got to pick things up. They have not been able to get really much going. Sitting only at 37 eliminations as a squad is pretty crazy, sitting in 11th, so going from, let's see, 43.6 points, and you need 132.6. Yeah, I would say they're gonna at least need again.
Squad 5 is out.
22.
They have been. BCR's gone. Yeah, 20. Sorry, to answer your question, to be yes, 20 around there. Yeah,
Around there, 22.
they're absolutely going to meet again for sure.
So BCR is gone. So Evos is still in, though. Evos is above BCR, sitting at 5th, 67 kills, 87 points. But Jawad seems to be, again, Jawad Zizix, if you are unsure, who competed last year at the MENA region, picking up a couple eliminations. So hopefully we'll see them kind of come to life, as again, we thought they were going to be in second place. Showstopper, great one to win. And there we go, coming alive, and you see Robstar anchoring on the other side, looking pretty good, looking pretty standard here for the crew.
Smoke to cover, smoke to clear. Gotta land the shots. Robstar doesn't hit a single one. That's okay. I still like the attempt. It was the right idea. You have a pretty interesting spot to sit in. Get a lot of cover, but you're also a target as soon as you peek out with a sniper. And clearly Shadow knows that. Shadow knows exactly what's going on. But LX is looking for Shadow. Spots, tags, no bag and board. 13. That's your number up on the top of your mini-map. 14. Make it 2 for them. A full squad for 6. It's day T season. And now all these teams roaming around each other. I mean, this is where, again, the pressure of knowing that Resurgence will close eventually really comes down. How quickly that small talk can catch up to you. Shadow picks up 2. Immediately gets traded. Kruger will take out Notorious. I'm having a stroke. Penguin will go down. Never mind, he's alive. We're all good.
This might be really good for Robstar's team too, because if you look at where they're at, Robstar, they have eyes on Hamoud and co, and I don't know what was that. Hamoud, long range, takes down Sazex, the obviously the Israelis we saw win map number 4. That was crazy, but Showstopper takes down Hamoud and Naven in the process. So I think out of all squads, it's got to be squad number 2 in the best possible position where the teams are rotating in. But fighting outside the zone underneath the tower side, on the opposite side, we see Bob and Co doing just that, and Coonblood with a clean up snipe on the other side.
I think that was Juki's at Signifier 1 on the south side of the minimap. Yeah, that was Juki's who was watching Team 13 push that fight. He's very far out as expected, but Juki's is kind of the X factor here, at least for the following fights. Shadows will fall. Abu Saleh up top. But yeah, like Juki's could be a nightmare, a true showstopper, no pun intended, for the following teams currently on the roof or taking a lot of these third parties.
Well, that multiplier is dwindling down right now, so we have top 8 right now. Another squad wipe, I believe that was MND that go down. Mojo, Zonda, they recovered over at the control side. Surprises here, but look who's beneath them. It's Hamoud, and if they win this engagement, this would be huge for all teams, obviously, as this is the first place squad alive at the control center. So we're in a team fight here. The blast traps are going out. We've seen Hamoud throw, I mean, both teams really throw those out for any type of stop on the push, but both teams just patiently looking for a pick.
I can't wait for these blast traps to go off. Oh, baby. There's one thing I love. It's the blast trap.
Who's going to rotate out first?
I would think. I would think if you're Hamoud, you're just hunkering down and waiting for last picks. Because you're in first place, you got placement. They're always playing for placement. I would think if they're them, they're like, we're just going to wait to play the edge of zone like we have every single time. And they're usually either at stronghold or they're playing at the far back of the zone and playing third man. I mean, why not? Oh, gotta clean it up. Gotta clean it up. Gotta clean it up. Clean it up. Clean it up. There, okay. Okay. We're good. We're good. They got it. Oh, a little scary for Bob. It's okay. You're game 2 winners. We'll stay alive into zone 5.
Okay, again, Evos looking in the best possible position to win a game here and bring them back into the money. Jawad has been a key factor in that, picking up a lot of eliminations, and so has Showstopper. Take down Hamoud. So this leaves Penguin and Notorious looking to rotate out, and I think Penguin's going to go ahead and try to utilize this streak. That would be a way to do it, but spoiler alert, Mojo down below takes down Notorious, and Penguin with the trade takes down 2, and that's a squad wipe, and he gets the resurrection on to Hamoud. So beautiful plays, beautiful save, but still, it's Robstar up top on the tower at the living quarters. He's been there all game. No one's taking him down. This might be an Evos win. Let's see if they can do it. We're in top 4.
They got Penguin. Of all the players to take down, Penguin is, again, one of the ones, a lot like Frosty, who's on the heater, and there goes the wipe. Squad 4 is out. Jawad with the pickup on the Souls. That is a big, big win to take out the #1 team this early into final zone, which is still wild to say all the way across the board, but 7 players up, 3 teams remain. You got 2 in front and 1 straggler, number 13, still alive. If you're 13, you're just playing for placement, of course. You would love a chance to get some extra kills on the fly. It's New Blood trying to work up the top. He's got his teammates in front. Bombardment will help zone. And they're just on the outskirt of the window. They're just outside the house, and here comes the push.
Oh my gosh, and the push is gonna have to come fast because, of course, 3 teams remain, and, well, Jawad looking to do something, but Robstar able to take down I think that's 3 a.m. Yes, it is. And, well, look at, you have the full crew of the Ravens Esports coming up from bottom grandmas. And how are you going to hold this one down? But I think that's Coonblood looking to make a work here. And for that zone coming, they're utilizing the gas masks really well.
Got to. You got to. Here comes the picks. Here comes the trades. It's parallel fights across the board for the ARs. The sub begins to move up. The LC-10 not going to do enough. Trades. Pinstripes in the kill feed. Jawad picks up 2. Gunblood will pick up Jawad. The response from Robstar doubles back to help out his teammate. And with that, they will get the wipe and the win in game number 6. And they take out 2 of the top teams to get it done.
Wow, and such a feat too, just holding down the headquarters side. I mean, that duality that we've seen time and time again between a Showstopper and Jawad. And I mean, they have really good comms, great small talk, and then when you have the Sniper King Robstar at top, well, you're gonna definitely secure a win. Map number 6 winners, Robstar, Zizix, or if you know him as Jawad now, and Showstopper taking this in a much needed win. But Spaceman, their eliminations, that was a lot. I think at least 10 from Showstopper, I think 11 from Jawad, and then maybe 8 from Robstar, plus a win. What did we say? We just needed one banger game, and the standings are going to be shooken up. I think for them, that's going to definitely bring them, I mean, from 5th place, 67 kills.
They'll climb at least 1 or 2 spots for sure.
At least 3, I think.
Yeah, without a doubt. Like it's big for Evos as a foundation club for the win, the first one of the day, but it's big for Evos because, like you said, Ellen, they were in 5th. At one point they were in 3rd. They were in 5th now. They're going to start climbing back up, and yeah, this is a team that will jump up in points quite a bit. And that was, again, like they're not only just taking down some of the top seeded teams like Jugas and company. They're not just going against the fact that Hamoud was still up and got the buy off, which was just insane. But they're taking on top teams in crunch time when the multiplier kicks in, and that's really the thing at the end. That's what matters most, man. So yeah, this was a big win all the way around to shut down the shutdown. Really was a 3v3 inside house, and to walk away with the win, especially in parallel fights, a lot of one-on-ones where, again, ones matter most for Evos. This was a big time win that's going to shake up the top 4 for sure.
So excited to see that one, and just how many times too. But we're talking about another team that really performed so much better. It's the Ravens, Ravens Esports squad. Of course, that being sold Abo Kunblad. They literally fell off a little bit, right? That squad, again, that just had the highest point game, really came to life. And credits to winning a lot of their engagements over on the control side, and of course kind of roaming out. But chat, that is 6 maps done and dusted, and we have 2 left to go to find out who will move on from the MENA region to the road to EWC. So after this quick break, we'll come back with map number 7.
and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of like the antithesis of you. If you should.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the $1 million regional qualifier for the Esports World Cup for the MENA region.
Yep.
6 maps down, 2 to go. My name is Ellen Elizabeth Jean, and that's Spaceman. And, well, we've been watching some high-action gameplay, some teams that really have just been making a come-up these last couple maps, especially from the bottom half of the standings. But Spaceman, coming off of that last game win from Robstar, the EVOS squad, that was a much needed win to propel them in the rankings. And look at that.
Wow.
EVOS going up in spots. I believe it was 5th place all the way back up to top 2. That is what's needed here today. Top 2 squads move on.
They got a 10-point leadish, I'll be generous, over MND. Juki's has dropped down to 4th, so they're out of qualification as of now for the LAN in August. Raven Esports has propelled from around 10th to 6th at 71, but they have to make up about 50 extra points in the following game if everything else stayed neutral. If everybody else scored 0, they need at least 50 more points to get to first place. So this is a race for the last few games, the last few being games 7 and 8. The last 2 we got here today on broadcast for MENA alone. This is going to come down to the wire. So for Hamoud, like, it's just play endgame. If they're going to drop back to Stronghold and play endgame, fair enough. Maybe take another team fight there. Go, congrats. But for everybody else, I mean, EVOS is protecting their lead now. Like, they would love, obviously, to take first, but it doesn't really matter. They just want to protect their 134 and add to it. I expect them to start prioritizing some fights around Juki, some fights around M&D, maybe SFS if Frosty continues to get on a hot streak, because they want to keep these top 3 and 4 and 5 out of striking distance from getting into podium. And this is where the top 6 really becomes fun, because the last 2 games, this is where all the chaos either kicks in for teams or Ellen. It's where we see veterans say, you know what, we have the driver's seat of our own destiny. We know what we're going to drop. All we have to do is just play consistent and slow the game down, and we got it. So for Hamoud, I expect business as usual. For EVOS, I expect a little bit more aggression to protect the lead. For everybody else, business as usual. It's time to go. It's time to gun. You got nothing to lose, everything to prove. And fortunately, again, for Nixa, just a really tough day at the office, but I don't want to jump on them too much. It's going to be a tough gauntlet for any team. And I think our top 6 and 7 is a good representation of really the best teams that have shown up, not only today, but through the close quals. So these next 2 games, Ellen, will be insane. And I can't wait to get going.
Yeah, I can't either. I'm just like counting some of these points in between 1st and 2nd place. And I mean, like, kind of, because I was just writing down that it was a 10.8 cutoff difference between like 14th and 15th, which originally was the Sodzex team, which obviously standings have changed a little bit. But between the last place team and 1st, it was 134 kill difference. Which is crazy when you think about that going through the qualifiers. Like, all of those groups, obviously the groups were separated into 4, and then, we all combined into 1. But heading into this game, as we've seen, obviously the standings shaken up. These squads, it's not easy is what I'm saying, right? Not Crim's able to drop 245 kills, but now we're going into map number 6, and we're only sitting at 85. Just a huge point differential, but for Hamoud sitting at 143.8 in 1st, they have to stay alive here at Stronghold. They have been battling, they've been winning it every single time, and last time around, we've seen them with squad number 9, Proxos, fighting back and forth, but this time, they are not playing around. They want to end it early.
Yeah, Ellen, you're right. I mean, nothing is guaranteed, and you would want to end it early for Hamoud. I mean, yes, you might get to a situation where it's smarter to disengage and just play your life long stretch than it is, or long term, I should say, than it is to take this gunfight, to take this team fight. But right now, can't use that. Right now, we're just focused on the fact that okay, we're gonna interrogate, why not? We're gonna focus on the fact that, like, this team is sitting in 1st place. They just need to continue to protect their lead like we saw earlier against Evos, who again joined the Foundation Club. We're going to quick reset, make sure everybody's okay, and come back. But luckily, not too much happens, so we don't have to jump too deep into it. But Ellen, I mean, looking at how the leaderboards stood at the end of game number 6, we've only had one team double up today. That's Jugi's on 2 wins. Every other game has been Bob, Hamoud, SFS, and Evo is finally picking up a dub into game 7 and 8. Is there a sneak win in here somewhere for a squad? Are Ravens going to pull out a win, or are we going back to business as usual for our top 3 teams? And do you see the top 2 or top 3 shaking up any drastically or any differently than we have now?
So my vouch from the start of show was the Ravens squad. If we're looking at the amount of eliminations that they had last game, they jumped from, they've made a huge jump, right? They went from 32 after game 4, and then they went from 32, and now after game 6, we're sitting at 71.
Okay.
So give or take that last game, they dropped about 17. I still feel like we need a little bit more. Obviously, to even make it to the top 2. But just if you're, let's say, Ravens Esports sitting at 93 points, the threshold is 134.2. And thank you so much for production for pulling that out for us. Evos right now sitting at 2nd place. That's obviously the spot that these teams are fighting for, as Hamoud is up by 9 points. Okay, but just thinking about top 2 in mind, 134.2 is what you need to overcome right now. So if I'm Ravens Esports, obviously you know where some of these heavy-hitted teams is, but the difference from that is 41.2 points. So realistically, if you drop a 17 plus a 1.6, that's still not enough. So it's like you got to drop maybe almost 30 eliminations plus a win. Yeah. It's just and then pray and hope that Hamoud and Evos go down.
So do you incentivize now, knowing that you need what is more than what anybody's dropped today? Do you incentivize, if you're Raven Esports, the contested drop onto Evos or Hamoud? Do you go for, we need to get kills, but that's a given? So we got nothing to lose. We should try to fight one of the top teams to keep them out of holding on to the 1 and 2 spot. I think the answer is yes, but that is the reason why I'm a caster and not a competitor. Like, if I'm in that spot, I'm saying Raven Esports are in 6th place. They understand that they need kills. That's baseline. But they can also, yes, ruin Evo's day and Hamoud's day, but they can keep them out of securing top 2 and maybe push one domino over, everything else falls. Like, why not go for some of the top teams? And if the only answer is, well, because if they get wiped, then it's over, I'm like, yeah, but they're already down by a significant margin of kills anyway. They'd have to be averaging 30, 35 a game to get within podium. So that's my weird spiel of just, I feel like at this point, if you're Raven Esports, if you're SFS, if you're even Jukies, maybe not so much Jukies, they're in 4th, but if you're one of the teams sitting outside top 4 and you don't feel that confident about your consistency, I'm full sending it. There's only 2 spots.
No, I agree. Now, maybe not for Raven Esports, but I would say for SFS, let's talk about that. Yeah, and of course, shout out for the chat to kind of just talking to about Shido, who and Sodex, who just were literally sniping out of their mind. If they can maybe position themselves like Prison, which they've been winning, I would count the team that has the best POI. Where can we pick up the most eliminations? SFS has been having a time, but why? Is that because Evos had, obviously we saw at one point, I think Robstar wasn't in the game. Normally Robstar and co are kind of by living quarters up there sniping. So depending on SFS, they're 13.4 points away from 2nd as of now. If they have another game like they did game number, 4? I think they could be maybe a team that would overcome everybody if they bring that confidence factor back in, especially with their POI that they've been winning.
I'm curious. I know we only got a 20-second info start beginning window into what Game 7 was going to bring, and I know that again it was the default back to stronghold for Hamoud. That was just the case. Sure. I don't see a reason to change. Too. Yeah, exactly. I don't see a reason to change for either team, but I'm sometimes the reset comes in. You're like, are the COD gods speaking to me? Are they saying that this is a chance for us to kind of shake things up? I don't think, but I think you're like to get to your point about Raven Esports versus like SFS going for the more aggressive play. You're absolutely right. Like Raven, it's a lot easier for me to say that, but then when you look at the fact that they have 93 points overall, like it's still a tall order versus SFS, which is within 20, right? Like they're within completely one game. They could absolutely do it. So yeah, if you're SFS, maybe shift that crux of the argument over to SFS with how they've been playing with Frosty and just say, you know what, this is your chance. There's a window of opportunity here where you can really cause problems and knock over the Jenga tower. Go do it. And that's probably what SFS are thinking.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. And I mean, we haven't really been talking about them as much, and I feel like we definitely should. The MND squad, and I believe, that was the Naven team of Mad Legend and D7, all three from, of course, Saudi Arabia as well. They literally were kind of like mid coming into this Group C, right? 193 points, best game 85.8, but they really impressed, I would say, us today here, as we've seen them fighting a lot around the tense side, picking up a lot of elims, but it was Mad Legend, a lot of clutches, and this squad consistently has been in top 3. So even though they've been dropping like 13 kills, game number 4 was 28, 23, but 3, 4, and 5, third place placing, second place, like they've been finding themselves slowly inching their way, kind of quietly, right? Some of these POIs that don't have heavy hitting teams, right? But maybe just sneaking in a kill or two, roaming out a little bit. We definitely see them doing that between Control, Living, and the Tense side.
I just want to get into Game 7. I got such little to break down at times. This being one of those moments, because it comes down to just the results on the field. By the way, Crunchyroll for all your favorite anime all in one place. It comes down to the results of the field, folks.
No. Hold on. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. But you don't know solo leveling. You don't know Arise. Okay.
Know Dragon Ball Z because I watched it.
That's a given.
So
yeah, no, that's.
I also watched four
that was
seasons
my
of Attack on
childhood.
Titan, except for the last half of season 4. So, you know,
I was gonna say Goku was my childhood dad, so I get you. I get you.
I'm just coming around to the Cell arc, so don't spoil it. Don't spoil Cell Saga.
I'm not. That's the best. Team Gohan.
Team Gohan.
That's the. Hey, some of these players in this lobby have completely been going Super Saiyan.
Frosty.
I mean,
Frosty game 4 and 5 has been going Super Saiyan. Ellen.
Absolutely. This last game though that we just saw, right? Evos, Robstar, Showstopper, and Zizix, or Jawad as you may know him, dropping double digits but needing a game to come back, considering they were in 5th, probably had maybe a team lag out, and then coming in and winning, what was that? Yeah, game number 6. They had, by the way, just a fun little fact, I think, with the exception of SFS. Actually, no, never mind. I was gonna say, I think they had the 3rd highest amount of kills out of all the lobbies. Hamoud sitting at 33 in 1st, SFS sitting at 31, and then Evos sitting at, I believe, 29. So 46.4 points seems to be the like 40-ish points. If some of these teams can pull out maybe a 40-point game, if you're MND, you might find yourself at EWC.
Yeah, and I know that us saying is pull out a 4-point game is very not easy, but if you want to qualify for the biggest Warzone tournament so far this year at $1 million in August, you got to do it. At the end of the day, if you want to make it, you got to put up 40. If you put up 40, you're going to a tournament where you could win $1 million. That is the name of the game. It's the luck of the draw. Let's get into game number 7. Second to last one of the day. With that, Ellen, I'm looking at Team 4, and you know exactly where we're going. We're heading there. We're going right to it every time.
Oh
my God, Robstar.
But look at this. Robstar engagements happening over here by the headquarters tower. Takes down Coonblood. Oh, excuse me. No, that wasn't Coonblood. There's just so much going on. Everyone's just getting super aggressive. That was Adele. Squad number 9, who we usually see, Spaceman, fighting Hamoud and co. over by Stronghold. Now they're fighting Robstar, Showstopper, and co. And even though Robstar does fall, Showstopper's still alive nonetheless. Trying to just pick up something. That was a very fast break.
I expect the tempo to kick up just a little bit. I think we both know that what's coming is just absolute chaos from a lot of teams, understanding that now is the time to make the move. Shotgun up close, gets caught, gets beat, gets down. Goodbye. Kruger will drop as well. Funeral on your screen. The rare times we've seen Optic on our POVs today. Careful. Dipping, diving, dancing, losing. Frost will pick up another on Bob. And Sinkable will jump back over to the sub in hand. So for now, it seems like as all teams again kind of vie for a spot, we continue to look and pull our eyes attention towards Stronghold, where it seems like once more it is Hamoud and company fighting against Team 14, 13, and 10. Everybody getting mixy now.
Getting mixy indeed, and if you noticed, everyone seemed to kind of like float away from Juki, Krugers, and Crims on that chemical landing. So that's kind of forcing team number 1 to rotate in very aggressively, as you see Kruger and Crims taking down Sodzex, and Frosty trying to stay alive takes down Bob. And well, you got 3 teams over here at Prison side, and Hamoud, I believe, goes down to Juki's on the other side of Prison, on the outskirts. So you see Juki squad, Spaceman, needing to play super aggressive, because these teams are not challenging them, at least on the chem side. They win it almost every single time. Juki's and co having to play aggressive, because again, they may be able to win the games, but it means nothing if you don't pick up the eliminations.
Yeah, and every team in this lobby knows where Krems and Jukis are falling. They know where they're going to be, so they're not going to, obviously, like you said, they're not going to give them kills. They're going to be like, you're just going to get starved, I guess. And that's where a leader like Juki says, guys, we got it. And in that accent, by the way, he says, guys, we got to get aggressive. We have to get extremely aggressive and just start making those small calls. As an IGL, start directing traffic if you're Jukis. This is where this team needs to put the gunny to the wall and show up in the numbers. We'll see if they can do it and put some more on the board. Toomey will take out number 6. Everybody getting a little bit of action as Jukis and Kruger will combine on 2. That is, of course, our Israeli team jumping in for SFS, who crept into the top 14 at the very far end of the tournament.
Yeah, I believe that was Shido and Frosty that do go down of that squad. But for depth here, for Optic, really haven't been able to get much going. Of course, winning your ones is important, and that's a very important one to win, but you gotta be careful. Where everyone's kind of in a solo spot waiting for their teammates to come back in, so not needing to get super aggressive. Depth is just going to go ahead and say, hey, let's just try to challenge Crims. My teammates came in, I can sacrifice it, and well, it's able to win it. At least now Electrified Funeral back in the game and gonna look to try to find some type of recovery.
Taking eyes just over on the minimap. You have members of Jugi's team falling awkwardly back towards harbor side. Zam on your screen. Jawar picking up 1. Jawar was the standout at the end of game number 4. Excuse me, game 6. I can remember what it was. It felt like an hour ago already. Picked up a huge 2-piece to help out for Evos' victory in the end. Zone 2, still about 80 seconds to go. Oh, Jaward for 2 on Toomey and Proxy. Hell yeah. All right.
You know, this here is our game number 2 winners, as you'd mentioned, and for this squad, I think they're, where are we currently sitting at? Currently sitting at 10th. So really 58 eliminations, not really picking up a lot. Maybe the sniper in hand might be able to get up a couple of picks, but it's really hard when you have teams like full squads just getting set up to just come in and attack you, especially for these top teams that are just looking to pick up as many points as possible and still continuing to do so. At the chemical engineering side, Crims takes down yet another one, and he has 7 eliminations to his name. Juki's has 3. They both, of course, have their loadouts, and well, still much aggressive game from them. And of course, Juki's has about 10,000 to work with, so they're just going to continue to buy UAVs, get information, and continue on stacking up that utility. But thank goodness, okay, Hamoud and co, they are still alive, just kind of playing the patient game here, waiting, of course, for their third to come back in.
could just be our angle, our view of these games, but there haven't been any times where we've switched over, especially mid-game to late game, where we've seen a lot of actively called UAV into advanced UAV. Granted, we have a very different look on the minimap, so there's no way to really tell. But just been a lot of just straight up gunfights today, and when there has been a hit to the shop, it has been, or buy station, excuse me, it has been rarely getting a teammate back. At time, impressive when Hamoud was the one being called back in. Juki's tried to make a play through the zone. Saw that earlier. But it's been just team fight v team fight. Krieg in hand. Still maintaining the top. Controlling above prison. Everybody's slowing down.
See, the scary thing about prison is like there's so many ways that like teams can come from, and I think for Zam, even though you're up top, you're kind of exposed. Like you have to worry about people coming up from the zips on the side, you have to worry about the stairs, and I think on the opposite side, like they can probably hear Evos underneath them, but then you see squad number 6, Proxos, Hemo, Daisies, they pushed them on top of prison, so Bob goes down, Robstar still of course on the bottom, just not necessarily getting too overly aggressive, just maybe waiting to get some of these picks. There's still 11 teams left, everybody. So with the Resurgence play in hand, and of course Robstar and co looking to work prison, that's the only team has a trio alive. And well, having a trio alive over here on the Chemical Harbor side, rather, Juki's and co picking up kills, doing what they need, and we have our first and second seeds about to throw down at prison side. But for Showstopper, for Jawad, for Robstar, it seems like they have won their engagements versus Bob, and that's KHD. I believe there's one more left, and that might be on top. That might be Thruzam if it still has a sniper, but no, it's Bob. It's Bob. Bob takes down Robstar. Okay, Bob. Still only 2 kills, but still holding down prison as long as possible. Does what he needs to do to at least get the res onto KHD.
Yeah, if you're going to fight for top 2, unfortunately, the pace of the kills needs to tick up a bit. Like, only 2 kills. I know it's a full squad effort, full team effort, but you do need to be putting, like Ellen's talked about before, 10, 15, 20, 25. If you get 30 or 40, you're a demon. But, like, you need to be putting double digits and a lot more on the board. As Bob takes note, 3 kills to boot. Squad 14. Squad 9 got wiped about a minute ago.
That was done. Bob getting that kill, he just took out Robstar.
Oh, did he?
Squad number 2 is, yeah. It said, I'm pretty sure it said squad 2 wiped. Bob, no way. Bob just clutched it again. The Evo squad, our game number 6 winners. It looked like they were fully in control, but reigning supreme now is Aja. This squad really severely slowed down. Coming to lobby number 2, had 21 eliminations, but fall yet again troublesome. It's squad 13. It's Zam able to take down Business Cat. And well, we're going back and slowing things down with SFS too. They are still in the mix. This would be a great opportunity for them to overcome something, but for MJ, can you overcome this gunfight? KHD, though, there to clean things up. MJ goes down, and so does Watermelon. That is it. See ya later. Aja is out.
Squad 10 out, and yeah, that was squad 2. You're right, Ellen. So this is, I mean, funny enough, we're like, okay, you need to put kills on the board. Didn't expect you to get the biggest, maybe one of the biggest kills in the lobby against that team. So this is a very, very, very different endgame that we've seen before, as some of the lower laden sides of 6, 12, 13, 14, and 5 low end on the stat card will be again vying for a top spot. And there goes Creams and Juki, or Krems and Jukis, excuse me. So that's 2 down for your number 1 seeded team going in. For the team currently sitting, I believe, in 4th place if memory serves, it would be 4th place for Juki. So they understand that they have to put more and more eliminations on the board and play for endgame, obviously, but they only have 1 life to give now.
And a rotation to work with too. You could see 14 holding them on the gas line. I believe that's Sawdust, and takes down Kruger. So Kruger gone. Now SFS rotating in. They have control of the factory side. So kind of maybe trying to work towards Grandma's. Kind of really the only cover as the zone closed in on the outside outside of Prison, you do see 2 teams over there. I believe that is Hamoud taking down BKS, and then Bob and Co. Of course, 3W. We've seen them fighting here in Prison like all game long. They were able to stay alive and win it against Jukies and Co. So squad number 12, they're inching up on, and this is top 6 Spaceman. We are closing down here on this game number 7, and that is an opening pick for Mojo and the Friends.
Onyx Ravens are in an interesting spot. They're team 6. They're playing a 2-1 split. They're playing 2 members up, 1 pulled all the way back in the central zone. Now moving inside to 5, team 5, I should say. It's chaos inside Prisons, which I understand, but maybe team 6 has a chance here to really cause some damage and to play spoiler. Zone 5 closing in, 20 seconds to go. Again, respawns will be out. Another big pickup from Bob. Clean it up. There it is. That's the squad wipe on number 8. And now just a few squads remaining.
We talk about Prison and how many eliminations you can pick up here. I mean, think Bob at that engagement when he took down Robstar had 2 kills, now has 10. Picking up more, throws the C4, doesn't connect, but over here on the 2nd floor of the tower, BKS gets back in. Who clutched him in? Who was able to get that res? But that was a serious elimination onto Penguin. 1 last member remaining from Hamoud's team. But with how many eliminations they've been picking up, probably doesn't even matter on the placings. But top 4 we go, and the streaks go down. And yet again, we're finding ourselves rotating on the street side of Prison. But the long wrap from SFS, this could be maybe a double back-to-back winner. They're trying to get the ultimate high ground over Control. BKS doing just the same, Spaceman, and he's able to maybe get the res.
Yeah, he'll get it. Yeah.
Did he even have enough money? Yeah, he did.
Yeah,
Okay.
he'll get it. Yeah, but Hamoud's in a perfect spot. Hamoud's in an absolutely perfect spot. Frosty gets a tag. Frosty going for the follow-up and the cleanup. There's 2. Then the squad wipe to follow. Number 5's out. Hamoud is laying up top. He's just laying up top. Do they know where he's at? They absolutely do. They pick him up in time. And again, playing for placement is important. But in the end of the day, it's SFS who clean up the win against the same team that they had fought through top 2 to get the win earlier in game 4. They find Hamoud one more time. They get another dub here in game 7. SFS will take the win, and Hamoud will take 2nd place. And now it just comes down to doing the math.
Wow. Impressive stuff considering we were tallying in the calculations on what some of these teams need to do to get into that 2nd place spot. As we know, Hamoud is all the way up there with 143 8 points. But for SFS, sitting at 120, Spaceman, this is amazing. Not only a win, but a lot of eliminations, I think, to boot.
Yep.
But a team that they needed to overcome that was sitting in 4th place was Jukies, Crims, and Kruger. For SFS, you're in 5th. You just won. You got the multiplier. We'll see how many kills you got. But I think for at least 4th place, we know for a fact they're there.
This is tough spot to be in if you're Jukies. This is an amazing spot for SFS, for a team that was quite literally not in the tournament as of 16 hours ago, and then their points got updated as everything came to a head as we were tabulating all of the scores. They get into the last spot, and now they're within striking distance. Like they are. It's funny because we were talking about like what team Raven Esports SFS would have to kind of like go guns blazing and go crazy. SFS do it. They get another win, and yet again, Hamoud's like, okay, fine, take the win, bro. I'm getting top 2. I don't care, because Evos died quickly. They died early, so Hamoud's just guaranteeing at least top 2 finish, and now SFS is fighting for top 2 spot as well. So how things change, how they fall. Oh my, Resurgence is its own gift and reward. But yeah, I can't wait to eventually see what this leaderboard looks like, because we got one more game to go, and it's going to be a banger.
Call of Duty Warzone, the road to EWC, $1 million on the line and 2 spots for the MENA region, but we only have 1 map left. After this quick break, we're gonna see which 2 teams qualify for the Esports World Cup for Warzone. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the road to EWC for Call of Duty Warzone as we are about to enter our final map and find out which two teams will qualify for the Esports World Cup in Riyadh in August, playing for $1 million. And Spaceman, off of this last map that we just saw, we just seriously seen SFS dominate yet again for the second time and bumped themselves up to the 4th place spot. But for Team Hamoud, 155 points, and right underneath them, Evos at 145. These are the two teams currently right now that will secure their spot to that final. But for Jukies and Co, look how many points separates from 2nd to 3rd. They really picked it up in that last game with their eliminations.
The fact that Evos are still in 2nd, like, I know it's by like less than 2.5 points, but the fact that they're there is impressive given the drop that they had. But like, it's coming down to the wire, and SFS getting 2 wins still can't get them into top 2 by 3 points. So we've brought this tournament down to the last game possible. If you're Hamoud, you're just saying stay alive to endgame, right? Like go to Stronghold, get a couple of kills, and just get to like 5-6 kills, play endgame. That's all they really need to do. For everybody else, I mean, this is a race between SFS, Jukies, Kruger, Krems, and Evos. Whoever has the better drop, whoever has the better placement, will get 2nd place, unless we see a miracle run from BCR or MND. I don't think Raven Esports are going to be able to put up 40 in this game. It's no shade on them. It's just the nature, the state of the game. This is deciding who gets 2nd place versus, even if they get 1st. I mean, Hamoud is likely going to get 2nd. If I'm going to hedge bets here, why not? Let's be fun. This is a battle for 2nd, if not 1st. So yeah, we got 4 teams fighting for a qualification spot, a best of 1 resurgence game to guarantee a trip to August LAN in Saudi, in Riyadh, for $1 million. Come on, what are we doing? Let's go.
Yeah, this is wild. Yeah. Just because if we're looking at 1st and 2nd, like just the jump up, I am seriously impressed with Juki's squad, because they were sitting at 85 eliminations, Spaceman. After game number 6, now you're at 103. So we talked about some of these teams, right, being able to just pick up possibly a 20-point game. Jukies and Co picked up 20 eliminations almost, but not a win. So this is really coming down to, I still don't even think Hamoud is safe, right?
Oh, sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Someone was able to take them down, you just never know. This is the last map. We're about to jump in and find out again who is going to be our Esports World Cup finalists for the MENA region. Hamoud, not at Stronghold though, you see, aggressively pushing out at the living quarters.
Yeah, Ellen, I think you're right. Like, no lead is safe, right? Like, you shouldn't take that away from your team. But if you're Hamoud and company, you're saying we're defaulting to the game plan that has gotten us to this point. Like, they come into this tournament, they've been playing thousands of hours of Warzone, they've been playing thousands of hours of Resurgence. Whatever they've been doing just on a day-to-day basis is what they need to do here, just to put kills on the board. That's it. Like, they just can win this outright and secure their 1st place spot with kills alone. And they gotta hope that, again, they kind of work that outskirts, work the outside of the zone, and they can roll up on some teams unexpected, but expect some others to be hunting for them, as I would be if I was outside of top 6. We'll see a couple of gunfights up top. Gets a little dicey, but Hamoud will pick up yet another, and this is the kind of start you want if you're a fan of that trio. For everybody else still jockeying for a position, and a bunch of teams currently scattered right around side the control center.
Yeah, between the teams fighting right now, I mean, Nixa sitting in dead last, they're really not going to be able to qualify. It's really just right now between Hamoud, Evos, MND, Jukies, and SFS. Yeah. I think even, like you said, Raven Esports might be out of the mix. So between those 5 teams, those are the teams I really want to see kind of in the mix. These squads, obviously, on your screen, they're fighting each other, but both of them, they cannot make the Esports World Cup. There's no way with how far they are behind in points. So if we could take a look at maybe like Robstar's team, I think number 2 over by the living quarters side, I think Hemo just took out Robstar. So yeah, it's that I don't think they're fully wiped, but for MND here now, still continuing to be a squad that isn't fighting any of these heavy-hitting teams over by, like, Factory side, over by Stronghold. They're kind of just keeping it in the middle over by, like, Tense and Control. So even though they just picked up a couple of kills, I think it was Zonda and Kappa that was able to play spoil alert there.
Squad 2 and Squad 7 both wiped. That's Team BCR, and that's EVOS. If I'm reading that correctly, EVOS just got wiped. So, let me triple check real quick. But if that's the case, yeah, Robstar, Jawad, and Showstopper. Okay, so they're out of game number 8, which means that top 2 is now up for grabs for MND, Juki's, Kruger, and Krems, and SFS. That's the situation.
And if we're looking at the live map feed, we're talking about squad number 2. Jawad's out. Squad number... Are you sure? Showstopper just got
Riyadh. Maybe I'm tweaking.
Yeah, no, there's no way. There's no way they're out. No.
But then which
I think they're still over. Yeah, I think they're still over by the Factory side. Again, Nixa, good luck. Goodbye. Day 1 season though. Yeah, they're still alive.
Okay,
so fighting over here by the dock side.
Which squad
here we
did
go.
I see? Okay, I'll go back in my memory bank and have a brain blast to figure out which one I was looking at or hallucinating about, because somebody got wiped and I got very scared.
We're good. Yeah, Hamoud's still in, Showstopper's still in, MND I think is still in. Oh, it might have been MND maybe, but either which way, nonetheless, we're still good. By the Factory side they go. And of course, everyone's just rotating in the middle, but Hamoud here outside of the tents still doing his thing. I really liked, Sean, that you pointed out with Hamoud. He's just that player that doesn't really care to get mixy.
Yeah.
He'll win his ones, but for Notorious and Penguin, they're like co-IGLs. Hamoud's a little bit more quiet, but it really just allows him to just open up, do his thing, and push out and slay, as you just saw it by the tent side. He was really picking up a bunch of eliminations. So kudos to Hamoud. Of course, Spaceman, he literally just started playing 2023. So
yeah,
awesome.
You're not going to see him pop. Like, that's from what you and I watched about, like, the VODs and just kind of the discussions we've had about this team before the broadcast, during. You don't see Hamoud panic too often, and that's very prescient in his gameplay. This is another instance where, again, it's just business as usual. It's like, we don't have to force anything. We just have to play to cover ourselves. We just have to play defensively, and they're going to walk away with at least a top 2 finish. That's all they need.
Well, I will tell you what, fighting over here at the control side, again, with Day T season, just trying to look to see if they can get anything going here. LX did, in fact, go with Onyx Ravens last year to the Esports World Cup, so not able to make it this year. Still trying to pick up some points or play spoil alert onto Penguin. Takes down Penguin. Hamoud, though. Or, excuse me, it takes down Hamoud. Penguin gets the trade, and there's still a lot of teams fighting here. So it's just really about Hamoud and Penguin staying alive and trying to secure their spot at the final, but one of these teams definitely could play spoil alert. Beautiful res.
I would love a spoiler. I really would. It'd be fun. Not for the players, but for me. Day season on the screen. Emo. Trying. Zesty was able to pick up Date. Emo will fall. Penguin gets caught by, it looks like, a C4. And Jigs will pick up 1. So players begin to trade. Some of the top teams now trading blow for blow against each other in the final game of the entire qualifier. What an angle.
Yeah, Alex was trying to take down Robstar because Robstar's the only one right now that's at headquarters. So he's obviously going to be sniping, trying to get up as many picks as possible. And then for that squad, of course, you have them roaming. But for Watermelon, he's got to be careful because you have 2 members, Toomey, and I believe Adele pushing you. And for Proxrose, that's a great reposition, but it's not enough. Watermelon winning yet another one, has to worry about SFS. By the way, all still alive and on top of prison. They've been getting these easy pickings, and Shido trying to get a pick on to this member at Solds of the Raven Esports squad that goes down, and still doing a great job, and all the ping against them. These guys are on 120 ping, and they are doing this. 2 wins, a big jump up into 4th place, and potentially an opportunity to qualify.
And we should not expect to see them move from top prison to take fights that they just have no business taking, because they understand it's a marathon now. Like, there are some teams that are in the driver's seat of their own destiny, and they need multiple kills. They need to play fast. They're on the cusp of that, but they're in such a great position and getting rewarded with so many kills that they just need to stay consistently a threat on the map and play together like they have been. No need to get reckless. BKS going to try to make a move, one of the most aggressive players on the map. Get your loadout. Here we go. Shout out production. One way out in the water. That's player 11 from the squad.
Which is pretty crazy, because the player 11, I think all the other members of the team are on the other side of the map fighting Nixa and co. So 11 really spread out. This is obviously Ravens trying to find Depth trying to find some type of recovery, but being really spread out. And then you have Kruger to worry about. Crims is going to work the bottom half here, trying to chase. I believe that is BKS of this BCR team. And no, it's R7 trying to just get out, dipping and dodging. What do you do, though, when you got Juki's on the other side waiting for you? Oh, beautiful positionings, of course, from the squad. Kruger takes him down, and I will say they are moving really fast between Chemical, rotating back in, but Hamoud, lo and behold, waiting in the window by the harbor side. 9 eliminations. This squad is looking like they're gonna qualify in Spaceman, but can't jinx it yet. You got Robstar too, taking over Nixa on the other side by Prison, and streaks falling down at the harbor side as Penguin looking to just pick up Abu here in the water, who's still alive.
Well, at least you get just a little bit out of Kruger. Able to get one. Evo's still up. Shout out to them. Still fighting forward. Penguin on your screen. Crims was here earlier and dipped out of dodge.
Well, no respawn timer. Circle closing, obviously. It's circle 4, and we have 10 teams left. There's no opportunity now to come back unless you hit a buy station. But Abo able to recover. I don't know how, but you did it. Teammates were on the other side slaying out too when it comes to number 11. But for Hamoud, an action going down. Abo takes down Hamoud, and while Penguin, I believe, does manage to get away, but not without the chase.
Yeah, this chase literally could decide the fate of many different teams in the standings. And they're going to triple stack off the stairs. It's split. Abu Salah able to pick one. A big pick as well. Midline falls with it. Pressure as well. BKS for 3. Team 2 still hovering over Prison. That is, of course, Robstar and company. As we wait, they'll pick up Hamoud. Kappa going to go on the charge, on the hunt.
Right, shots connect, but you have to. There's 2 teams here, of course. Abu Salah in the water, trying to stay alive, and well, that's a beautiful res from BKS onto R7. And for Depth Funeral, this might be your end, as that zone is pulling away. You got a squad locking you down, but Abu Salah, bye-bye, as well, Kappa takes him down. And for BKS doing a great job, not only playing a life, we saw this player, right, maneuvering in the POIs, like 11 different POIs to stay alive. It wouldn't be a surprise to me if Squad 5 at least wins this engagement, but they do have to rotate.
Luckily for them, they got Depth down to 1 plate. Squad 3's out. That is Abu Salah. That is Raven Esports. They are done in map 8. Squad 5 still up. BKS full strength. Kappa full strength. Come down to the wire. Zone 5 locks in. 20 to go. Rotations will start. Getting the long flank in the back. Jugi's able to pick up 2.
Credits to them too, being one of the first to rotate from Chemical early into the underside of the prison side by the tower. But up top, it's Robstar, it's Showstopper, it's Jawad. Now, even though they at one point had the better positioning, this is where they're gonna get in trouble rotating down. But Shido able to take down Jawad in the back for the SFS squad. There's streaks going down. There's a lot to work with. You have the gas rotating in, but Robstar does fall, and I think SFS might win this engagement, but you have to be careful what you rotate into.
12 is out. Notorious takes out Shido. Mojo onto Robstar. Good shots from Frosty onto Jukies. Frosty having one of the best performances in the latter half of this qualifier that we've seen out of any player in the tournament. Takes out Jukies. Prims follows. Jukies gets a response back on a Nitrous. The revives are in. Nitrous falls from Jukies. Kruger takes out Frosty. They're fighting for top 2.
Top 2 here. Kruger has to lay down cover from above. No, it's not. It is Hamoud. It is Penguin with the ultimate height and the best possible position to win the first game here today. This will, in fact, solidify their win, but it's just BKS in the way. Can BKS do something? I don't know, but if you're Hamoud and co, you at least know where that one player is. You don't want to take the risk at jumping down just yet. You have to coordinate this perfectly.
Yep, just play together. It's the age's oldest time. Play together, but RKS, wait a minute! He gets one! He gets both! Hold on! Hold on! I know placement matters, but hold on! Out of the window, picks up 2. You had to coordinate the push. Look at these shots! Oh my goodness!
Listen, even if you don't need to win, Team BCR, we've just seen the clutch up from BKS. We were talking about him earlier, going through all the POIs and staying alive, but being able to do that and a win for the last map, number 8, for BCR. Hey, we don't know if that secured the placement, but that is bragging rights for sure. A 1v2 clutch in the end.
Wow. Yeah, that would have been Hamoud's second win of the day between games 3 and game 8, but instead it's BCR who pull out a win in a 1v2 that I just didn't see coming. Like that's a drop together, win together, stay together, thrive together. I mean, that's wow. Okay, so again, I don't know. We don't know yet if it changes much in the standings. We don't know because again, placement. I would hedge that Hamoud has still maintained first place. But, ooh, it makes things interesting now, Ellen. And, yeah, I mean, the only takeaway I have out of all the chaos is that Jukies and company were fighting for top 2, top 3, more respectively. And maybe that was enough to push them into top 2. But, I need the leaderboard because there's no way for me to know what's going on.
And that was just perfect right there. STC, this is not a game. The STC arena, listen, whoever made it here today gets to play over there in Riyadh in August. But for Hamoud and co, yeah, could have been back to, I forgot about that Burger Brand. They did win a game earlier at that Stronghold side.
It was a long time ago.
To end it just as strong, it would have been nice, right? It kind of reminds me in the group qualifiers, right? When we saw kind of the reposition from Penguin and Hamoud, if you remember, they were throwing blast traps down and we said their problem is they pick up kills, but some of these moments where they just kind of get disgruntled or they just don't care, they just full send it, kind of just seemed to be the case. I think they knew they won. Why not just do it? But hey, you never know. 1.6 multiplier. If Jukies and co, if Showstopper and co picked up that many kills, I don't know. That multiplier, it could have made a difference. You never know.
This is just literally like, I love that it comes down to the wire and it's a 1v2 that should make sense. And now it's just placement is everything. We know that, but Warzone finds ways to completely break your brain sometimes and change how you think things are going to go. And I don't know. Like if Hamoud win that game, it's okay. They're first place. Congrats. Who's second? But I'm curious what this leaderboard looks like now. Like I know we've been hinting at it a couple of times. We're going to need about 2-3 minutes. Obviously, admins are working overtime on the back end. Shout out to them for getting all the stats. But this is, I don't know. I don't know where we sit right now, Ellen, because I didn't expect the last zone to come down that way. And I am so So curious. I'm refreshing our stat sheet and I'm looking and I don't think anything's final yet, but I'm just looking and I'm like,
no, you're
God.
good. You're good. We
Like,
could just talk about the day, talk about our winners. I mean, let's talk about some of the things we've seen here today, though. I mean, just even in comparison to like last year, right? Where like Falcons, I think, I mean, obviously that was a match point final, but kind of a lot of the same thing, right? Some teams anchoring down, pushing forward, but we saw 2 back-to-back winners, right? I think. Yeah. 2 back-to-back winners, but they're not at the top. Hamoud with, like I said, there was a 9.8 difference to beat. We'll see if one of those teams, at least Evos or Jukies, if they overcame Hamoud, because only a 9-point difference between second and first. A lot of these squads, at least, when it comes to SFS 2, they caught up.
Yeah, I mean, to your point about the back-to-back, like we had Jukies winning 2, we had SFS winning 2. SFS almost snuck through in game 8 to win. They could have been positioned to win a third. Hamoud almost won 2. We almost had teams where we started today with our top 4 games with not a single repeat winner, and then jumped into our top 4 didn't have a single repeat, and then we started with game 5 reverting the call back to Jukies winning. And then from there was Evos, SFS, and BCR. So we almost had a couple of double ups from a lot of teams, which is surprising. But this was a day of Hamoud and company maintaining a lead, Jukies fighting for top 2 at times, and then like the middle pack being a very loose term of like second place through 5th or 6th. That was changing all day. Yeah. This was just constantly in flux, and that's where I'm like, I don't know what the final standings are going to look like because I don't know what the points are. I need to just, wow.
No, yeah, we'll get them. We'll get them.
Wow,
patience. We got it. We got it.
I'm just, I don't know.
Well, taking a look, though, MND, right? Legend, and it's not Maven, okay? It's Naven. They did really well, sitting in 5th place. Wonder if they, kind of see where they were ending up, but I was really impressed with some of these teams, again, kind of like having the 14th seed, like SFS really came in here, did their thing, and really impressed with some of the resilience, especially in those late game moments. Like BKS of the BCR team, that player alone, single-handedly, BKS, just so many crazy clutches to even get into the multiplier spot. Because if you remember, everybody, there's a multiplier, but there's also a prize pool. Maybe not today, but those 2 teams moving on, they get to play for $1 million and get to go and see the beautiful Saudi Arabia in Riyadh. So it's going to be fun to find out, Spaceman. I think we'll have the scores here shortly. If not, we're going to continue on with our podcast. It's been a fun day.
I like that. Listen, the fact that it came down to BKS, we hyped up all day saying this guy's so aggressive. He takes the challenges. He doesn't mind taking 1v2s. Like, he's going to be, quite literally on the buy station, he's one of the most aggressive players on the map. The fact that it comes down to him in the 1v2 on low ground, having to take a fight that is not his to win. I mean, I want to watch the replay at some point tonight and go back and look at, like, why were we, like, to be fair to BKS, from what I remember, like, he peeled one off of the window and then the other one challenged out and jumped off the roof. But those are situations where I'm like, if you're Hamoud, in general, moving forward, life tip, going into the next tournament for EWC, if you know that it's a 2v1 and you have the high ground, they got the low ground, you don't have to Anakin it. You can just chill. Like, I'm not saying you shouldn't stay up there all the time, but, like, you got to push it together, because those are the moments where I'm like, you can't lose a 1v2 in that spot, because if you were fighting for top 2 and that cost it? Like,
I think we've seen something similar too, if my memory recalls. I'm sure, like, if Dandro or Enigma or somebody out there is in the chat, or if anybody saw EWC last year, we kind of saw a similar scenario. I believe it was with Fnatic and Falcons at the old squad of Almonds, Noobs, and Skullface fighting Shifty, Hisoka, and Biffle at the headquarters spot, where Robstar was sitting. There's like that building, and then you got the second floor, and it's like going like just high ground to low ground is very, very difficult. And I mean, for BKS, just being in a spot where it just favors you, anything can happen. A little RNG comes into place, but I think we have our qualified teams ready to go for the MENA region. Production, you gotta show us who are the top 2 teams that qualified. And we have Hamoud and Evos. Showstopper, Robstar, and Jawad, or known as Zizix in the past, have made it. They've done it. They've qualified. And Hamoud through and through. You all have been looking great. This is Hamoud, Penguin, and Notorious. Congratulations. You've made it to the qualifier.
Okay, so the separation between second and third was 1 point. The separation between third and fourth for SFS was 1 point. BCR winning probably doesn't change too much here, but still, that is the difference for Jugies, Kruger, and Crims. Of they start early, they get on a roll. They got kept at bay after game 2. Yes, they took game 1. Yes, they eventually got another win, but it was a consistent effort from Mahmoud to be playing those end games and to be playing it so efficiently. Like 167 to 165, folks, we're talking about qualifying for $1 million tournament with the difference being less than the point between Evos and Juki's, Kruger, and Crims. That less than the point is the difference between them playing for $1 million and them sitting at home. That's insane. So and for SFS, I mean, congratulations to them for qualifying at all and then coming in here and showing up in massive ways. This was,
but there's a 1 point between them.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
So if you think about it,
it's one game.
Literally,
it's one game.
It's 2 between SFS and Evos. It's literally a 2.2 difference.
Yeah, it's one game. It's literally one engagement.
It's literally.
Yeah.
That's insane. But how much they were able to bring it back. And then, of course, for Evos, this being a squad that is, in fact, the Indonesia organization that literally picked them up on June 4th. Evos joined, picked up this squad. And then, of course, part of the EWC Foundation Club program back in March 17th, they joined. So club opportunities, and congratulations on making it through. I think one of those games, Spaceman, we saw them even without Robstar in the game. So
yeah, they were playing a 2v50.
Potentially a game chalked.
They're playing a 2v50 and they still did fine. And it's just, this is I think the win, the qualification first place alone for Hamoud is not surprising with how well they played today. But the surprising thing, absolutely 100%, is the fact that Evos maintained second spot after the fact, where I was like, oh, I think they went down. I swear to God, I thought I saw Team 2 went down. I was like, oh my God, it's about to get crazy. But yeah, the fact that one of your foundation club members in Evos qualifies, not only is just great for the scene, but it's great for the players knowing that they fought their way here, and they just got picked up by this org from Indonesia. So they just got represented by an org, and now they get to bring that org to the $1 million tournament. Everybody wins. We win.
Everyone wins. We do, in fact, win. I was going to say, if we had the times for the next, because remember, everybody, this is just one region done. Okay, 2 qualifying spots were taken up today. So that means there's 19 left. Okay, 6 regions, 21 spots. MENA is done. Of course, next, I believe we do, in fact, have LATAM North, we have LATAM South, and then Asia Pacific to follow by EU and NA on Sunday. So there's a full 3 days of Warzone action coming in for the road to EWC. And that is MENA. Done and dusted. Your 2 teams have been qualified and ran through. And Spaceman, any final thoughts? Any last words before we end today?
Final thoughts are, the biggest question coming into today was, how competitive is MENA beyond the top heavy hitters? How competitive is it beyond Crims and the original squad that made their mark on the region? Once they split, they go to different teams. Is it just individual players being positioned with better talent, or is it luck of the draw and really MENA is a one-team region? I think we can answer the question definitively that MENA has more talent than just these 2 teams, and that's good, and that we should continue investing in Warzone in MENA. So this was a statement of MENA today Internationally, we'll see how they do. Obviously, we only send 2 teams, but this was a statement for MENA to prove that there is more than just 2 or 3 heavy hitters and that there is legitimate competition and they can raise the ceiling in their own region. And that's what we got. So
yeah,
that's my thoughts, is that MENA had to show up today as a region, and they did. And once again, just like in other esports, they continue to show that they are growing fast and doing well. And congratulations to them.
Yeah, most definitely. Like I said, Hamoud just started playing, I think it was World Series of Warzone 2023, and now here you are qualifying yet again, but continuing to dominate the scene. And now you're doing it with 2 players that, you know, he just was like, I bless my teammates every day, like they're amazing and looking really good. Excited to see, of course, Robstar's company and co just move forward. But I think that's it for us here today, Spaceman. The MENA is done, and we're gonna move on to the next. I believe the next one that we do have will be LATAM North. So I hope to see you all for the next, as we do in fact continue on with the road to EWC. My name is Ella Elizabeth, that's Spaceman, and we'll see you next time. Bye everybody.